Oh, now I'm your boy Lambo Drew, man. You are now tuned into another edition of the Leverage Show. Y'all already know, man, this one is gonna be a hot one, man. Y'all do not want to miss this. I'm telling y'all this right now. Make sure y'all are dialed in and getting this information out to each and every single person you possibly can. I'm telling you, they do not want to miss tonight's StreamYard link, man, because my guy, man, the master himself, man, Amed Hazel, is in the house, man. Full Lambo Bell, man, for my guy, because you already know we get ready to get it rocking. Again, man, shout out to the wonderful wifey, man, on the gear, man, out here, built different, man. We are definitely built different, and you getting ready to come across a full shark in this industry who's really out there, man, eating up this game, man. But before my guest comes on, man, I want to go ahead and show some love, man, in the chats real quick. We are not going to be long with these chats tonight because we got a lot of great information to definitely tap into and get to. LA Law's in the building, man. Happy Tuesday, everyone. I hope all is well. Good to see you. Shout out to you, LA Law. You already know what time it is. Blue Sky is in the building, man. Showing love with the fire emoji, man. Y'all put them fire emojis up. Listen, tonight we're going to do something different out here, man. I want y'all to go ahead in the comments. I want y'all to get some shark emojis out there, man. We got a shark out here, man, out here. You understand me? We have a shark out here tonight. I want the shark, the bald eagles. I want y'all to put some different emojis in there, man. Actually, we might as well put the big whale out here, man, with my guy Amed Hazel out here. Put that in the comments, man. Let's show some love because the general is definitely in the building. Shout out to you, Blue Sky. Thank you for finally meeting you. Me and my wife was definitely pleased the other night for my guy, Anthony Deloach, and his amazing Zoom. He did an amazing job. CPMD was on there. Croc was on there. I was on there. Brandon Adams was on there. It was amazing. Thank you, Blue Sky, for that, man, for definitely tapping in. Blue Sky showing love to LA Law, man. You already know. Time to testify Tuesday. Yes, it is, man. My guy, IC, is in the building. We already know, man, the Central was there, man, at there. So I knew he was going to be tapped in to this wonderful, wonderful event. Loving it. Hello, amazing family. Happy Tuesday. Let's rock and roll. Let's keep grinding and let's get higher together. Yes, we can, man. IC says, man, hi, Blue Sky. Hi, LA Law. Good to see you. Love that. Blue Sky said he is good. We are blessed beyond measure. Our creator is our source. We have access to every resource and necessary for this journey. Let's go ahead and hit that bell. Loving that Blue Sky is already dropping knowledge in here. Let's have a grateful, thankful attitude. Yes, continue to keep doing this thing, man. Amen. I see, man, in the building, Blue Sky showing love, man, with the number wonderful hand claps. How are you, Blue Sky? Blue Sky say, let's raise our level of expectation. Let's stay consistent. Expect great things to happen for those in our lives and around us. My guy, Doug Hibbing, is in the building. Looking forward to this, man. I hope you guys are definitely looking forward to this. Hopefully you got your notepads, your pads, your recorders, or anything you possibly can have out because the man is definitely in the building. Full salute. Thank you, Doug, for tapping in. You already know we love you. And the missus down there, please give a wonderful hello. She say, I am well and walking by faith. How are you? Blue Sky showing love to our first time guest, man, Doug Hibbing, who's officially went on ahead and, man, and made his presence known. Blue Sky, I see showing love about Blue Sky, man, showing love. Love that. I see showing love, man. Blue Sky, man, talking about the Leverage Show family. Does not accept excuses, does not accept mediocrity, does not cry at the casino. That's what I'm talking about, man. Either you're going to boss up or you're going to take the laws down. We don't take laws down around here. We boss up around here. Shout out to you, man, Blue Sky, for full salute in there in the building. I say I totally agree with Blue Sky. Yes, you better totally agree because it's going down, man. You already know. My guy QP is in the building, man. Eating and Leverage Show, man. Shout out to you, King. I see you in the building, man. Showing love. That's what we out here for. I see showing love to Q. My wonderful wifey, the queen herself, is in the building. Hello, everyone, man. My baby showing love with the wonderful hearts. Love that picture of her. She already know what time it is, man. Wonderful wife, man, for me, man, almost 20 years now. Make me want to marry all over again. My guy, Passive Income Croc, is in the building. This is going to be a lit interview tonight. Ain't no doubt about it. Make sure you guys go like and subscribe to my guy, Passive Income Croc's channel, man. You know he was tapped in, man, right there at the wonderful Core 4 event. And he's showing love to everybody, man. He said, man, what's going on, everybody, man? That's how we do it around here, man. Big dog in the building. Love to see you, man. Let's go make this thing happen. My guy, Anthony Deloach, is in the building. What's up, family, man? Salute to the general. Make sure you guys go like and subscribe to my guy Anthony DeLoach's channel as well. Full salute, man. Thank you for what you're doing out here in this space. You and Croc, I'm telling you, man, y'all are killing it out here. Continue to keep killing it, and we thank you and love you for your support, brother. Blue Sky, man, showing love to Mrs. Johnson, man. Ant is in the building. Yes, man, I throw the Ant sign up. He already know. That's my big Ant right there. I see Big Ant DeLoach, man. You already know it's showing love. So thank you for that, man, for definitely showing love, man. Blue Sky showing love, man. My guy Luke Varner, what up, Lambo, is in the building. I remember you, man, Luke. Oh, snap. We got some amazing guests, man. You were at the Core 4 event too, Big Luke. Fully shout out to see you, man. I mean, man, you just bringing them all out, brother. Come on, man. You gonna do it like this? That's when you know a real general is in the building, man. Blue Sky, man, showing love to Big Ant, man. 2 words, YouTube algorithm. I know, Ken, you were definitely the first one. Shout out to my guy, Kennard Haney, man, for showing so much love. He's been waiting for this since we dropped the wonderful announcement that Amed was coming to the Leverage Show. He was the first one commenting nonstop, back to back, man, showing his love. Don't worry, I see you, and you know all the rest of us see you. My guy Murph is in the building. Shout out to you, Murph. We know you was at the wonderful Core 4 event as well, talking about the sharpest brother in the room, man. I'm telling you, he could have cut it, man, with his wonderful thoughts that he had, man. Thank you, brother, for what you're doing, man, Murph. DeLoach said, what's up, Croc? Full salute, my baby, with the wonderful fire solution. You already know what's up, Blue Sky, man. We out here getting it. Shout out to the Leverage Show family. Full shout out to you, Ken. Kennard, I see you, man. Murph showing love, man. I see it. There we go. There go the sharks. The shark emojis is in the building, man. Full salute for my guy, man, Mr. Amed, man, in the building, man, showing love. Luke with the wonderful shark, man. My baby with the wonderful shark emoji, man. Jamal Titus is in the building. Full shout out to Jamal Titus, man. You guys know he was at Core 4 event as well. Lambo Drew in the house. Welcome, Mr. Hazel, man. Happy Tuesday, Leverage Show family. Happy holidays. Thank you. Full salute, man. My guy, man, Jamal Titus, he already know, man, what time it is, man. Love, love, love to see this, man. The full sharks is in the building. I see you, Murph. Let's go, man. Ashtray, gonna be epic tonight. Full shout out to you, Ashtray, for that. Hey, my guy, Unlimited Freedom is in the building. Lots of sauce in the building tonight. Yes, man, full shout out, man. Y'all know Unlimited Freedom was there at Core 4 event too, and is doing his thing in binary options. Full shout out to Luke, man, to my guy Unlimited Freedom. Make sure you guys go and like and subscribe to his channel, man, as well. Blue Sky said, man, the Leverage Show provides strategies for entrepreneurs and help keep multiple bags in rotation at all times. Full salute for that, man. C.A. Murphy is in the building, showing love to Unlimited Freedom. JT is in the building, man. Truth Media is in the building. What's going on, Lambo family, man? Shout out to you, full love. You already know what time it is, man. Fro is in the building, showing love. Let's go, man. Shout out to Anthony DeLoach, man. Yes, shout out to him, man. Blue Sky, man. Money is in the building. L.A. Law, man, is in the building. Kennard Haney's in the building, man. And showing love to Kennard. Blue Sky, showing love to Fro, man. You already know. I think we just about getting down to the very end of this thing, man, so we can bring our guests of our honor, man, out here, man. Showing love, showing love, showing love, showing love. All these people, it is going down. But I see my guy, King Jack. Shout out to you, Jackson Armstrong. I see you in the building, big dog, man. I knew you was coming on because you definitely had to go ahead and bring support, man. Greetings and everything, man. The King IC, the whole family, man. Doug Hibben, Mr. Core 4 Energy, man. Dude, you ain't missed it, brother. It's still right here, and we coming out right at it, down your alley, man, tonight. LA Law is showing love, man, in the building. Blue Sky, man. Let's go. Monet is in the building. Hey, let's go get it. You know what time it is, man. Money showing love to Blue Sky. Let's go get it. I see a special. I see the Queen is in the building. I see the Queen is in the building. I can't wait to get to this comment, man. Queen Anthony Lambo brought the heat on a 100-grand game plan. Yes, we did. Full shout out, man, to my guy, Big Ant, man, actually out there masterminding that play and talking about running the play, baby, because that's what we do out here, man, is run that play all day long, baby. We don't talk it, we walk it. This right here is a special shout out, man, if you guys see her on the screen. I don't even have to go on ahead, man, and say no more. Behind every great man is even a greater woman. And I'm telling you this right now, man, shout out to the full queen of this wonderful giant out here in this space, being right out here to show love to wonderful, 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 wonderful woman, being by his side every step of the way and building their empire together. Miss Rochelle Hazel, man, full shout out to you. This is the wonderful wife, man, of Mr. Amed Hazel's, man, right out here tonight. Coming out here, man, showing love. Thank you for tuning up, pulling up out here, man, and showing love. They can tag team this and leave Lambo out of this, right? These two are giants in this space, and we love them. I had the wonderful chance to be able to show my brother, Amed Hazel, and his wonderful wife, Rochelle, some love and flowers, and hug them and thank them for all that they have done in this space. And Lambo, being able to watch them for what they have done and helping lead so many people, man, into financial freedom and also wisdom and wealth. Full shout out, full salute to you, Queen. Thank you for everything you have done in this space and for being the voice and pushing this man right here, who we also dear love and who so many people will begin to start loving tonight. Full salute, Queen. Thank you for all your love and support. Gas definitely had to go ahead and do that. You first time on the Lever Show, baby. Come on now. And man, he's in the back like, yeah, baby. Let's get this right, man. Blue Sky showing love, man. The Crypto King Jack, man, in the building. My people, Didi's Chicken Cache. Just was talking about y'all all the way in California out there getting it. I knew y'all was definitely going to be tapping in on here, man, and excited for this, so you guys don't want to miss this, man. Big up and bless up, family. You already know, man. Thank you, Ashley. Shout out to everyone in the building. Please shout out to everyone in the building. You know what time it is, man. Hello, Mrs. Johnson. Hey, Rochelle and Dee Dee's good to see you. Definitely in the building, man. I love to see this. Blue Sky showing love to Dee Dee's, man. Kennard Haney, the whole nine, man. I love to see this. Not my guy, Tim Roberts is in the building, man. Full salute, man. We bringing out all the big dogs tonight. Lambo loving my guy. Tell the fam I said hello and help some people. We are out here to help some people, man. Thank you, Tim Roberts, for all that you do, brother, and being out here in this space, man, and helping us run these funded plays so we can get this bag for people. You already know. LA Law showing love, man, to Monet. Welcome. Please welcome, Monet. Definitely welcome all first-time visitors. Please welcome all first-time visitors and guests, man. Welcome Unlimited Freedom, Tim Roberts. They're showing love. Monet, you better know it. Let's go. Monet saying, thank you, LA Law. Let's go. Thank you, bro. Hey, you already know I got to give full salute and flowers where it is available, and we're going to make it happen. Thank you, Queen. My guy Darius is in the building. You know what time it is, man. What's up, Lambo? Hey, brother, you already know what we do best right here on this show. All right, listen, without further ado, man, they're showing love to Mrs. Rochelle, Blue Sky, showing love, Dee Dee's worthy as a lamb. Yes, man, my baby's definitely showing love. Listen, without further ado, I thank y'all for all the love in the comments, right? I told my guy, look, I'm going to be about 10 minutes. We ain't going to do no 30 minutes for an hour. He said, Lambo, you're going to be out here to about 9 o'clock. I'm not doing no hour. I said, bro, look, give me 10 minutes, bro. Don't worry about it. We're going to run through this, all right? I truly want to thank this special guest tonight. I mean, some people, man, come along in life to really help people and help position people. But not only that he has helped position people, he is helping everything, man, envision people and enlarge their mentality and their thinking and putting people in a mindset that most people may not even know that they are even capable of even thinking of. He's been that guy, and him and his wife. Look, I can't just say him and his wife, who've been a tag team duo, who've been empowering so many people, man, in this culture and helping build their net worth. Where some of you may not even know it, may not even heard his name for the first time and saying, Lambo, what's the big deal? Who is this guy, Mr. Hazel? Why is he coming to the Lever Show? Why is all of this love being poured into the chats? It's because of the body of the work that he has put in to countlessly helping save and change lives for years in this space. And because of that, man, I got the esteemed honor of meeting him for the first time in Core 4 in DC just a couple of weeks ago. And like I said, got a chance to tell him and his wonderful wife to their face how much that they have blessed and inspired my life. Not just anybody else. I came to tell them to their face, y'all inspired and changed my life. But to be able to sit across from this general and not knowing that 2 weeks later that we would be sitting in front of each other on a camera right here on the Lever Show to help pour into you guys' life this year. He is, hands down, this year, one of my biggest guests on the show, hands down, without a shadow of a doubt, man. We welcome for the first time to this stage, my guy, Mr. Mortgage Notes expert himself, Mr. Amed Hazel. Shout out to you, King.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much.
Full salute, baby. Welcome to the Lever Show.
Thank you so much, man. I'm humbled to be here. So excited, to talk with everyone. And I'm really appreciative of you for allowing me this opportunity to be on the show and share the information, So Shout out to you, shout out to your wife, for allowing me to share the platform, and shout out to all your guests for just paying me the honor and respect to share the information. I also want to just let you guys know before we even get started, right? I start all my talks the same way. Before we get started, I want to give a big, huge shout out to my wife, Rochelle, right? I didn't get here by myself, right? I didn't get here by myself, right? She is sometimes playing in the background, making sure everything's right, making sure all the technical work is done, helping me analyze and look at deals, and that she does it all, right? So major shout out to my beautiful and loving wife, the love of my life, Rochelle Hazel. I appreciate you, baby.
Full salute to Mrs. Rochelle. You already know. We know I had to give it to, but definitely that's how you do things. We are smart men. We've been married long enough, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, talk to us, King, man. Listen, man, there's so much love already pouring in. You already know, man, what time it is. We ain't even got to even talk about it even more. It's just so much love, 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 love. Come on now. I really want to know that today, and let everybody know, the Lambo Show is officially turning this show over to the king out here, man, who's doing this thing and helping so many people. So again, without further ado, you guys get ready to hear the story. You guys get ready to hear the journey, but you guys are also getting ready to hear exactly what some things that he's going to break down, share with you guys, and really going to hopefully be informative and life-changing to you in your future. All right? Without further ado, go ahead, Mr. Amed Hazel.
Thanks so much. So let me start with some of my backstory so that you get an understanding of me, who I am, and where I came from. So I was born and raised in Baltimore City. And I was, raised by a single mom for a portion of my life. I'm the youngest of 5 siblings. So my dad has been an avid reader his entire life. I have met so many people that has told me about the miraculous things that my dad has taught them and that my dad has done. So when I was small, I would go to my dad's house on the weekend, and there were no toys, there were no games, there wasn't anything like that. There was no cartoon watching or anything. And my dad would just be sitting there and he would be reading a book. And I would see him reading the book, and I would look around his house and his office for maybe he got some, maybe he got some kids' books here that I could read. So as I'm looking around, I don't see any kids' books, but I'm looking to see if there's anything that has pictures or anything like that. And I saw a book by a man named Joel A. Rogers. And I pulled the book off, and it's like a sort of like a comic book, but it's on Black history. So it's like a comic book. It has some pictures. So I start reading this book, right? Or doing my best to read the book. And whenever I would come across some words or something that I didn't know, I would just go ask my dad. And then we would spend the entire weekend just reading. So I'm reading not books that are designed for an 8-year-old, but books that a college professor would read. But I didn't know the difference. So I would just read, ask him questions. But there was something that was magical that was happening when I left his house. When I left his house and I went back to my house with my mom and my siblings, I realized that I was somehow different. I realized that some of the things that I was trying to talk to them about and share with them was different. They were like, we're not trying to hear that. We don't know what you're talking about. You sound like a crazy person. So from that, I became just an avid reader, and it was mostly to stay connected to my dad because I really wanted my dad. Dads are important. I had so much love for my dad. I wanted to make him proud all the time. And what my dad started doing was he started loading me up with books. Like he would give me 5 or 6 huge books, and he would say, have these read by next Friday, right? So he dropped me off on Sunday, have these read by Friday when I come back and pick you up again. So all week long, I got my schoolwork and everything like that, and I'm bombarded with all of these books and stuff. So when I would get to his house on Friday, he would ask me, did you get through all of the books? And sometimes I would say yes. Sometimes I would say no. If I said no, he expressed disapproval. And then when I said yes, he wanted to argue with me about what was said in the book. So he would say to me, tell me what you read. Tell me what you read in this book. And I would try to, regurgitate something, and he would start debating me, right? And I was saying to myself, well, I'm doing what he asked. Why is he now debating with me about, what's in these books? But what I realized he was doing was he was teaching me to stretch my mind. He was teaching me how to stretch my mind. And he was coming in hard with the hard facts too, right? He was coming in with 50, 60 years of experience, right? On top of me at 8 years old, right? He's coming in with the hard facts. And I had to try to digest all of this. This plays a role into how my life began to shape itself and what my thought process is. Let's jump forward. And I want to tell you about me and Rochelle, right? Me and Rochelle, we were in wholesaling real estate. We're wholesaling real estate. And within like the first 18 months of wholesaling real estate, we closed over 135 deals, right? Documented, closed, money in the bank, over 135 deals, right? We were making a lot of money. The challenge was we had the 15-inch monitor. We had the 15-inch monitor that felt like it weighed 300 pounds in the middle of the bed. The reason we had it in the middle of the bed, because what we realized in wholesaling was that you had to become a great marketer to get the leads to come in, right? You had to be a lead magnet to get these leads coming in. So we had to be printing letters and sending out sales letters every day. So what I would have to do is when I send out sales letters, so then I had to become an expert copywriter, right? So I had to become the wordsmith, because when you send out a sales letter or any type of marketing, sometimes the removal or the addition of a single word could make your marketing explode or make it flop. So I'm, tweaking the words, and I'm tweaking the sales letter, and the printer stayed at the foot of the bed. So the printer was constantly vibrating all night long on my feet. So when you know that that's happening, you know that marital relations ain't that great when you got the computer in between y'all, right? But this is what the grind was about. The grind was us doing deals. Sometimes in between us doing deals, we might be on a roll with 3 months, we banging it out, and then we might hit a dry patch for whatever reason. We might hit a dry patch, and sometimes in those dry patches, guess what happens? We broke. We were broke in those dry patches. I remember plenty of times in our dry patches that we didn't even have $20. That Rochelle would say to me, the kids get out of school in 2 hours. You got to find a way to make some money so that we could have some dinner tonight. We need to eat tonight, and the kids need to eat tonight. And what are you going to do? You only got 2 hours before we pick them up from school. Luckily, they got to eat lunch in school today. So I had to put my mind to it very quickly. Again, in my head, I'm back in the living room with my dad, being stretched. I'm being stretched again. So I say, I know what I can do, right? I know what I could do. I can hit up this client, ask them, do they need a sales letter? Tell them that I got some new stuff for them, and I can make a quick $2,000, right? So I hit somebody up. I should be charging $60,000 for the sales letter, but I know if I tell them I'll do it for 2,000, they're gonna hit me with the $2,000 right away, right? I'm gonna do it for 2,000, but I need the money in my PayPal account ASAP. Faster you get it in, the faster I'm gonna get the workout to you. So real quick, I got $2,000 in, right? So I'm like, I'm cool at that point, right? I was stressing a few minutes ago, but then I was cool. I was like, hey, yeah, babe, got that money. What's up? What you want to do tonight? You want to go to the movies, right? I was cool at that point, right? Cool, right? But before that, I was like popping brain cells. But again, remembering back when my dad was stretching my mind. So, okay, we got money, right? Same thing, right? We just was on this roller coaster, up and down, up and down, up and down. Sometimes it was rough. At one point in time, right? I'm going to just fast forward for a clip. At one point in time, we had got to the point where we were saving dozens and dozens of people's homes from foreclosure, and we were in foreclosure. Right? Sometimes life just life, right? And like on this journey of us trying to figure this whole financial thing out, we've gone through some pretty rough and difficult times, right? We have a beautiful relationship where we have three beautiful sons, and in January, we're going to be celebrating 29 years of marriage. However, I would be unauthentic if I said that it was it's just all roses. It's just all, beautiful and sweet loving songs. It's amazing. There's been some rough times, right? It's been some real rough times that we've had. And the one thing about my wife is that she don't be playing no games, right? She's like, what are you going to do? You supposed to be taking care of this. You the provider, right? All right. So why you ain't providing, right? So she ain't gonna hold her tongue, right? So we've had some tight times, but it's always been love between us, and we have climbed out of some very, very dark and difficult situations, right? Especially when you are in business with your spouse. Because I could be like, oh yeah, I need you to do this. She's like, wait a minute. We partners. You don't just tell me what to do. Who you think you are? I'm like, okay. Okay. Could you please take care of this if you feel like it, right? So, we worked out and we've cracked that code on how you can be a couple and how you can work together. We figured out the formula on how that needs to look, and we can help people figure that out as well. So going through really, really rough times, coming out of those rough times, right? We were wholesalers. It got to the point where we were wholesaling real estate during the day and running a martial arts school at night. So we ran the real estate portion from like 8 to like 3:30 in the afternoon, putting out bandit signs, sending out letters, talking to homeowners, going on appointments and everything like that. And then in the afternoon from 4 o'clock until 11 p.m., we ran a martial arts school. And many times it's 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we're like, wait a minute. The kids haven't had dinner, and the kids haven't even done their homework. Because my kids were also in the karate school, and my kids were teaching classes as well. My kids were teaching classes, so they never got a chance to do their homework. And it was just wild. And every day, right? I'm not a complainer, but every day I was just exhausted. I was exhausted. And I remember we also ran summer camps for the kids too. So our whole summer was booked. We ran a summer camp all day. And then at night, we would leave the summer camp and go and teach martial arts classes the rest of the night. So I looked at Rochelle, right? I looked at Rochelle. Let me add in one other point too, right? That could seem like a miscellaneous point. The shopping center that we had the school in, we would be parked outside of the school in the parking lot. Well, I'm in the school and the tow truck driver come and put my Tahoe up on the back of his tow truck. And the rule is once he lifts the truck up, your truck is gone. So I run out to school and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, your front tire is on the white line in the parking lot. He's like, you are not completely inside of the parking space if you leave your wheel turned and the wheel touches the white line. So I got to tow you. I said, okay, bro. I said, I hear that. I said, can I just get inside real quick and get something out of my truck? He's like, yeah. I get in my truck and I shut the door and I say, I'm not leaving this truck. You're going to have to tow this truck with me in it. Because that wasn't the first time that he pulled something like that. We were unloading, moving into our place one time in the beginning, and he did the same thing. And I had to pay him like $300 on the spot, or he was going to take my vehicle. So we've been dealing with all this type of life stuff that comes at you fast, right? And it's just banging you all in the face and all in the chest and all in the hitting you in the back and all this. And it's like, how can you the normal person survive it? And I remember we got to a point where we were in the martial arts school and my son from my first marriage had passed away. And Rochelle said, I'm going to close the school for a week. And I said, don't do that. Just close the night that his funeral is, right? Because I don't want everybody, missing class and complaining about that. I said, so she's like, no, I'm closing for the week. I'm not going to argue with her. I don't have the strength, right? I'm just going to let her do what she's going to do. So she closes school for the week. And then she says to me, there are people that are asking for that portion of their dues to be returned to them that we were closed for the week. So my knee jerk was, I told you not to close the school for the week. Da, 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 da. I just looked at it and I said, we closed. Now, this was late at night. We were packing up, ready to go home. I said, we closed. And she said, I know I'm gathering my things. I said, baby. I put my arm on her shoulder and I said, baby, we closed. She said, you mean we closing the school down? I said, whatever we could put in the back of this Tahoe tonight is all we taking with us. Baby, I'm just done. And we walked away from a thriving martial arts business. We were surrounded by 11 different martial arts schools, and we were out earning them by thousands of percent every month. Thousands of percent. And I just couldn't do it any longer. Especially with now the death of our son being attached to that. I felt used. I felt disrespected. I felt abused because whenever our martial arts students would have a birthday celebration, the Hazels are going. Whenever our martial arts students are having a challenge or issue in school, Master Hazel is showing up at the school, and I'm going to have a parent-teacher conference with your child's teacher to find out what's going on. Whenever the kid is doing something well in school, guess what? Master Hazel is showing up in his uniform to have lunch with your child so that all of his friends can see that his karate instructor is showing up, taking enough interest in him to sit there and have lunch with him that day. Right? So we did all that type of stuff. And at that point, I just was like, I'm done. So we still had the real estate business, right? So sometimes I think my wife being a little bit of competition with me, right? Because look, this is what she said after that. She said, oh, man, you're right. I'm done with this real estate too. I'm like, oh my God. Like, how are we gonna make that work? We closed the karate school, right? That's done, right? And now we're talking about closing the real estate business. Like, what in the world are we going to do now? Like, so she's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with that. First, she's like, I quit, right? And I'm like, you quit what? You quit the marriage or you quit the business? She's like, well, I quit the business. I'm like, oh, well, we good, right? We good, right? As long as you ain't quitting the marriage, right? We good, right? So, talking about I exaggerate when I talk about her. She phony. So I'm like, all right, look. She's like, I'm done. So, okay. So now I have to go and talk to our mentors because we had real estate mentors. We had paid a lot of money to them. They relied on us to come speak at their events and everything like that because we were their top earners and everything. So I got to go to the mentors, right? So I go to the mentor and I say, we done. Like we just, I don't know what it is. Like we just done. Like we feel like we want to just both jump off of a bridge, right? We just completely and utterly burned out. And I felt tired. My feet always felt like I was wearing concrete boots. I just felt like I was getting old. And my mentor said to me, the Hazels are doing so many deals, you guys should be the bank. And when he said that, I felt like in that moment that I had a divine revelation. I actually felt like lightning struck me in the back of the head. My whole body felt like I was breaking out of a clay mold. I was kind of like, rah, right? I was like, what happened to me just now, right? Something happened. I don't know what it was, but something happened. And I went to Rochelle, and all the hairs on the back of my neck was standing up. And I went to Rochelle, and I said, "Did you hear what he said?" And she's still kind of mad and stuff. She's like, "Yeah, I heard him. I heard what he said. And I was like, "No, but did you hear what he said?" And she could see my persona and my position. She's like, "Okay, what? Like, what did he say?" Right? I'm like, "Wait till we get in the truck." And we get in the truck, and we got an hour and a half ride home. And I guess I was speaking in tongues, right? Or something, right? Because I'm like, he said, we should be the bank. And she was like, yeah, and I was like, you don't know what that means? She was like, no. What does it mean? I was like, I don't know, but it feels like it means something. And I said, well, what is a bank? And how do they make money? And wait, what is money? Right? I was like delirious, confused, inspired. I felt like I was losing control of my body. It felt like an out-of-body experience, and I just couldn't explain what was going on. So on the way home, after getting myself together, after about 30 minutes, she's like, babe, calm down, calm down. She's like, what is going on? She's like, you're scaring me. What is going on? I said, how does a bank make money? Because he said we should be the bank. How does a bank make money? The bank makes money from lending money. Wait, is that how a bank makes money? Because that sounds kind of crazy and that sounds kind of dumb. I thought the banks make the money themselves. Well, I don't think they make the money themselves. I think the money is made by the Federal Reserve / Treasury or something. But wait, what is money though? What is it really? Because right now, I'm not sure if I understand what even money is. So through a process, I learned that what most people think money is, it's not. Most people think that money is a $20 bill. That's what most people think money is. It's a $20 bill. That's money. No, it's not money. That's what they call fiat currency. Fiat currency. This is real money. This is a silver dollar. This is a silver dollar. If I go to the store and try to spend this, it's only worth $1. But actually, because it's a troy ounce, it's worth about $25 to $35. And I have some that have certain mint codes on them. Some of them have a little tiny C on them, which means that they were minted in Carson City. Some of those silver dollars are worth hundreds and some of them even thousands of dollars. So when I began to understand that, my mind was blown. Just that concept that we are not spending money, we are spending fiat dollars. We're spending fiat dollars. Now, understanding that we're spending fiat dollars, why is it fiat? Why is it fiat? The reason that it's fiat is because the monetary system uses something called fractional reserves. Fractional reserves. I'm getting to a point, so stay with me. Fractional reserves. So when it's fractionalized, the bank will lend that single dollar bill out 9 times. They'll lend it out 9 times. That's what they're supposed to be doing by law, lending it out 9 times. But if you do a deep dive, you will see that they lend it out close to 400 times. They'll lend $1 bill out 400 times. Now, we can get into the technicals of how they do that. That gets kind of boring, right? Just trust me, and you don't believe me, go do some research and you'll see how they lend out the money over and over and over again, and they charge a rate. They charge a rate. Like, you guys know, you know some loan rates, they 3%, 8%, 12%, 16, 18%, right? They loan the money out at those percentages. However, as a depositor, When you deposit your money into the bank, they're paying you like 0.0075%, right? They're paying you less than a penny on the money that you put in. So wait, you taking my money in, paying me little to nothing, and you lending it out, you making a whole bunch on it, but you're still not paying me anything. Through this process, there was something magical that started to happen for me. Something very, very magical that I'm getting ready to tell you. I began to lose the emotional connection to what they call money, and I began to lose the emotional connection to this thing that they call the bank. When that separation started happening for me, another explosion happened in my head. And the explosion is that now that I am not emotionally attached to this thing, I can manifest it at will. I can manifest it at will because I'm not emotionally attached to it. Now, I'm not saying that it's not useful. I'm just telling you that it's not real. It's not real. You can do research and find out that President Nixon, took our dollar bill off of the gold standard in like 1971. Right? So check this out. Nixon took the dollar bill completely off of the gold standard in 1971, and due to research, they made gold, the possession of gold, illegal in the United States. They made the possession of gold illegal in the United States. They made the possession of gold illegal in the United States. So they said to the public, turn your gold in. We're going to pay you $35 an ounce. Everybody around the country went and began to turn their gold in, their gold rings, everything. Do the homework on it so you will see what I'm telling you is the truth. I don't want you to believe me. Please don't believe me. I need you to do your own research to find out what I'm telling you is the truth. Everybody turned their gold in at $35 an ounce. They came back the following year in 1972, and guess what they said? Gold is now legal. Gold is now legal at $350 an ounce. There were no revolts in the streets. There was no picketing. There was no fighting. There was no, I'm expecting to see people boxing in the streets, right? I'm expecting to see fires and people chanting and all of that. You know why? At that moment, through simple legislation, they robbed the country of trillions of dollars. They robbed the country of trillions of dollars. And if you really want me to be 100, if you really want me to be 100, hold up. If y'all want me to be 100, put a 100 in the chat. Put a 100 in the chat. Once I get some 100s, let me know, and I'm going to give y'all the real truth. Somebody tell me when I get a 100 in the chat. That's what I want to know. Do I got any 100s in the chat? Got you, Monet. Check this out. Check out what I'm about to tell you. We don't even live in a country. Y'all ain't going to understand what I'm telling you. Y'all not going to understand what I'm telling you. We don't live in a country. We live in a corporation. We live inside of a corporation. We live inside of a corporation. Amed, why are you saying that? And Amed, why are you talking crazy, right? Well, you guys know about this incident, and my son Khalil asked me to talk to you about this tonight, right? Shout out to Khalil, my middle son. You guys heard of an incident called the Titanic? You guys heard of the Titanic? Do you know that JP Morgan and the Rockefellers, they set it up so that all of the bankers could get on this ship. All of the bankers could get on this ship. And they sailed the ship out, and the myth was that the ship hit an iceberg. The truth is coming out that the ship was on fire when it was sitting in the docks. The truth is coming out now. And when they sailed the ship out and the ship began to sink, guess what the rule was? Women and children on the lifeboats. The men who were the bankers were supposed to be left on the sinking ship to die. I don't know if y'all ready for this or not. I don't know if y'all are ready to handle this information, because some people are so plugged into the matrix that they will fight anybody that speaks against the matrix. Some of y'all are so plugged in that you might fight me to stay plugged into the matrix. The reason that this thing, like the Titanic, all the men being killed off, was so powerful was this. Now, I want y'all to be ready. I want y'all to be ready for what I'm about to say. The reason that it was so powerful is that there were presidents that were fighting against the privatization of the U.S. currency. I don't know if you're ready. I don't know if you're ready for this. Presidents, if my memory serves me correctly, there were 14 presidents fighting against the privatization of the United States currency. I mean, what are you talking about? What does it mean, right? Well, when you begin to privatize the currency for the country, whoever is supplying the currency for the country now owns the country. The Federal Reserve is not a federal governmental entity. It is a private company that's acting federal, lending currency or money to the United States at a rate mathematically that can never be repaid. That's why the federal debt continues to climb and soar, and at the same time, we can lend out billions and billions and billions of dollars and donate billions and billions of dollars to other countries, because it can't be repaid anyway. Why? Because it's a private company that owns the United States now. And if you want to get super deep, and for my geeky people out there, read The Creature from Jekyll Island, and it tells you the whole entire plan on how this was mapped out and how the United States was bought. United States was bought. And the land of the free. You live in a corporation. Some of you not going to want to hear what I'm trying to say, and that's okay. I understand. So, how do we get to where we really want to get to. So if we're not using money, we're using currency. And I'm not saying it's not useful, because when I go to the store to buy food, I use their currency. I'm not saying that it's not useful. I'm just saying it's not real. It's not backed by anything. It's not backed by anything. In addition to that, before I go on to the next phase, let me say this. You look at a bill, any bill in the United States, at the top it says Federal Reserve Note. Federal Reserve Note. Federal Reserve Note. Now, that's not what it always said. You can look at some of the old currency, a dollar bill, a $5 bill. I'm like, you don't even have to go back to where the states used to have its own currency. Each state used to have its own currency until the Federal Reserve got involved. It used to say Silver Reserve Note. Silver Reserve Note at the top of it. Then it changed to Federal Reserve Note. Now, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'm getting there. So at one time, let's just talk the Western days, right? Somebody might come into town and they got a little bag of gold. And they got this gold and they go to the money lender and they say, I'm going to be in town for 7 days. I'd like you to hold on to my gold. So the money lender puts it on a little scale, and the money lender would say, this is $500 worth of gold. So the person says, okay, fine. The money lender writes them a receipt, a note, writes them a receipt, a note, and then he takes those notes and he's able to go and spend them at the bar, spend them, in them houses where all the girls be at, right? People's getting wild, right? We adults here. And then when he was done at the end of the 7 days, he would come back to the money lender and he might only have $300 worth of notes left. So then he would give those notes back to the money lender, and the money lender would take away 200 pieces of gold and give him his 300 pieces back, or $300 worth back. Right? So this is how the currency began to come about. The name of the book is called The Creature from Jekyll Island. The Creature from Jekyll Island. You put The Creature in Amazon, it should pop right up. The Creature from Jekyll Island. So the person could now go to another town and he's got 300 pieces of gold and he can do the same thing there. So eventually, the United States said, how can we make this a system? Because sometimes you could be in Maryland and Maryland had its own currency or notes, and you go to New Jersey and New Jersey won't accept Maryland notes. So they had to figure out a system for making it universal in the United States, right? Look up, go on YouTube or something and look up the history of money. The history of money, right? And there's been, in the history of mankind, 674 different fiat currencies, and they have all gone to zero. By nature, fiat currency is all going to go to zero. Now, when you look at the top and it says Federal Reserve Note, the reason that it says note is, we're going into the next phase now. When you have a note or a promissory note, it comes with stipulations on the amount of the note. It comes with stipulations on how much of this is supposed to be paid back, etc. Right? So when you're using a Federal Reserve note, by definition, that means that this is something that has to be paid back. You didn't hear what I just said. If you heard what I just said, you would be probably joyfully afraid. Note means that it's something that has to be paid back. So you are using the currency. How are you going to pay back the currency? You're like, well, it's mine. No, it's not. No, it's not. Walk into a bank or something and set a $100 bill on fire and see if it's your currency or not. It's illegal to destroy legal tender. Can't do it. You don't even want to be on camera showing that you're tearing money up. You might be getting paid by paid a visit by some law enforcement if you do that. So you have to pay it back. It's a debt. Now, how are you going to pay it back? I have my understanding of how it should be paid back. I don't know if you have an understanding on how it should be paid back. But let me tell you, my understanding is that it's going to be paid back in blood. That's why, we have draft laws in the United States. Somebody's going to pay it back. Somebody's going to pay it back. We have honor and respect to all of my military personnel. I love our citizens that sign up for the military and fight in the military. I'm a little cautious. Y'all not gonna like me after I say this. So be prepared not to like me, and I'm okay with that. I'm a little cautious on saying that our military is fighting for freedom. I'm okay if you don't like me anymore. I'm okay with that. I'm here to tell you what I feel is the truth. I believe that many times our military is being used by billionaire businesses and corporations to go and expressly implement their agendas. I'm okay. I just want to put it out there so you'll know that this is what I believe. And if I'm not liked because of it, I'm okay with it. I love our men and women with all my heart that go and serve. I love them with all my heart. I'm not always sure about the mission or the agenda. And one of the things that has me greatly concerned is why in the heck that we send people overseas to fight in wars, and then when they come back disabled, hurt, injured, sick, we're not even taking care of them. We're not even taking care of them. Go visit a VA hospital. We're not even taking care of them. We're not even taking care of them. You serve in our military and you go fight in the war, even if you just serve in the military, you should never have to do anything else again. You should never have to do anything else again. You did your time. You served with your life. All right. Right? All right. So when we look at the fiat currency and we begin to emotionally detach from that, now we get to understand when the United States get this capital from the Federal Reserve, what do they do with it? Where do they invest the money? They invest the money in mortgage-backed securities. They get mortgage-backed securities. They invest the money in mortgage-backed securities. So we say that they lend the money out, which is true. They lend the money out. When they lend the money out, they're lending it out on people buying houses. Their primary product, the bank's primary product, is that they lend the money out so people can buy property. Now, the money isn't real. The money isn't real. We established that. The money isn't real. But they lend it out to people to buy property because people want to have a place to live, right? If you don't want to have a place to live, you sleep outside, right? Sleep outside in the woods, and that might not even go too long for you because somebody might come swoop you up and put you somewhere else, right? But if you want to live in a house with a roof, right, you can get a mortgage or you can rent from somebody that has a mortgage. Okay, so now that the government, the banking system, the Treasury Department, whoever we want to talk about right now, want to lend out the money for you to acquire the property, you live in the house. Congratulations. Congratulations. But guess what you just gave up? There's something that you gave up that you might not be fully aware of. You gave up your freedom, your money, your peace of mind, and ultimately you gave up the freedom to control your own destiny. You gave up the freedom to control your own destiny. And I know this for certain. I know this for certain. This isn't an opinion at this point. I know this for certain. And the reason that I know it for certain is because we've been in the mortgage-backed security space for 2 decades plus. And we have bought, sold, underwritten, traded more than $4 billion worth of mortgages. So I think we know a thing or two about the space. That's all I'm saying. I think we know a thing or two about the space. So when you get that mortgage now, hopefully, you got your family, maybe it's just you, right? But you might have a family, you might have kids, yada, yada, yada. Any man that has been in this situation where he owns a house and a family, and then there's a divorce happening, what's the first thing they take it from you? Your property, right? I've been through that situation too, right? So the property now is used to control you. And because you have that mortgage, you technically own the property, but it's being controlled by someone else. And this is what we call controllership. So in the real estate game, there's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy in the real estate game. There's 3 levels. One is what we call the brokers, right? Those are the wholesalers, the bird dogs, the real estate agents, the real estate brokers. That's the bottom level of the real estate hierarchy. Bottom level. Because they don't actually own anything. They're just facilitating the transactions at that point, right? They're not the buyers. They're not the sellers. They are facilitating the transaction. You have the next level that we call the owners, right? They could be landlords. They could be commercial developers. They could be, farmers, anybody, homeowners, anybody that actually owns the properties. We classify them as the owners. Then there's a top tier. This top tier is what we call the controllers. The controllers are the private money lenders. The controllers are the note owners. The controllers are those that own hedge funds and private equity funds. And then above those is like the bank managers, right? The bank managers, and then above like bank managers would be the Federal Reserve, right? Where do you want to be at? Do you want to be in the controller group, or do you want to be at the bottom? Do you want to be at the middle? You can choose where you want to be. Rochelle and I decided a long time ago, that we wanted to be in the controllership. So as a controller, now that I own the mortgage, and I'm gonna go into it a little bit more, right? Somebody let me know if I got a time limit. If I don't have a time limit, let me know.
Man, you ain't got no time limit, man. You're doing good. You're lighting us all up right now, man. Go ahead. Again, back to the normal schedule program, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So what we realize is that, like, us as controllers, right? We call it controllership, that because we control the debt, when we control the debt, the homeowner, what happens if the hot water heater goes up? Well, the homeowner lives there. The homeowner has to go and fix the hot water heater. But the first of the month, the homeowner has to pay the mortgage to us. The homeowner has to pay the mortgage to us. Did we have to worry about the hot water heater? Did we have to worry about the roof? Did we have to worry about anything going on with the property? Nope. But 100% of the mortgage comes to us. 100% of the mortgage comes to us. Now, that homeowner, after they make their payment on the first, and I know some of y'all are like, well, I pay mine on the 14th, right? Whatever, right? Whatever. From the time that the homeowner makes the first payment of the month, the homeowner has to now work every day to acquire money. Let's give me some leeway and just let me use that term. Have to acquire money to be able to pay for the next month. So the homeowner is working, right? We take a 30-year mortgage. The homeowner is working the first 15 years just to pay back the majority of it in interest. Do you hear what I'm saying? The homeowner is making the majority of the payments for the first 15 years in interest. So we don't have to talk about this from a black-white perspective. I'm saying that from a capitalistic perspective, most people are slaves. Most people are slaves. Because you have to constantly keep working and working and working and working and working to pay back money on a property that in the beginning you don't even technically own. You technically own it on the document, but it's being controlled by somebody else. They getting the interest. So when me and Rochelle discovered this, we said, golly, God, wow. We ain't trying to fight the system. but we gonna play the system. So how can we be a part of the system? Now, when we're a part of the system, we gonna come in and deal with the homeowners with kid gloves. Because when we were in a situation and we got foreclosed on, they handled us rough. And the story behind that, in short, because I'm going to this a whole nother hour, but essentially, I was a firefighter working in Montgomery County, Maryland, right outside of DC. I was on a chemical and biological weapons team. I was on a hazardous materials team. I was working under, the team that Bill Clinton personally put together, and I got hurt on the job. And when I got hurt on the job through a technicality with the paperwork, they decided not to pay me for 2 years. So I had to fight that battle for 2 years. And because I was fighting that battle for 2 years, I wasn't getting workers' comp and I didn't have any money. I was hurt. I couldn't work and they weren't paying me. So I started having my vehicles repossessed, and my house went into foreclosure. They eventually foreclosed on it. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm not on drugs. I was going to say I'm not a crackhead. I'm not a crackhead, but I wasn't a crackhead. I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't drinking alcohol. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't gambling my money or anything like that. I was going to work every day, serving my community, putting my life on the line. And through one technicality of the paperwork, they said, we're not going to pay him because he's not injured. But then after a 2.5-year battle, a judge said, looking at all his medical records, he is severely injured. Why wouldn't you guys pay him? And they granted me a full retirement. Right. So you look at somebody and you see them going through foreclosure or a difficult time, and you say the reason that they're going through a difficult time is because they're a bum. They didn't do this right, or they didn't do that right, or something. No, life was lifing. Life was just lifing on me at the time. And it promoted me and prompted me to do something different in my life. And when I thought that there were demons ripping me to hell, there were really angels ushering me up to another level. Angels ushering me up to another level. And because I was fighting to hold on to stuff, it felt like I was being torn apart. Now, I will say,
I got to come in and get that Lambo bell for this one, and I'm going to let you go. Keep dropping.
So during this time, I was in the bed and I was just laying in the bed for 2 years. And Rochelle came home one day because my baby had to get a job. My baby had to get a job and she had to start trying to take care of us. And she said, babe, she said, first of all, why you got this heat up on 90 degrees in this house? Secondly, you laying up in this room, you in the bed. She's like, you stink, babe. She's like, I need you to get up. I said, babe, I can't move. She's like, what are you talking about? I said, my body is so weak, I can't move. She had to come over, get my legs out of the bed, get my hands, pull me up out the bed, wrap her arms around me, help me stand up, walk me to the shower. I got in the shower. I just put my arms on the wall like this, and she had to actually wash my body. I didn't know this then, but I realized this later that I was probably clinically depressed. Right? So that was a whole bad experience. But from that, it got us into real estate, got us into wholesaling, right? We started making, mental changes in our life, and we started to change the whole plan, got into actually buying mortgage notes. We start buying mortgage notes. So when we started buying mortgage notes, right, I'll tell you the quick story behind that. So we were working with a NASCAR driver on his property, and the NASCAR driver didn't want to go into foreclosure because he didn't want to lose his endorsements, his NASCAR endorsements. So we were helping him with his property. Things got wiry. They saw we was about to close the deal for him. He started trying to hit me and Rochelle up for money on the side. We refused. And then we had to tell the bank we were backing out of this deal because he was acting crazy. The bank said, I'm so sorry that you guys have put in so much time, energy, and effort into this. We want to do something for you guys. And I said, can you sell me mortgages? And the guy said, we can't sell mortgages from our bank, but I know somebody, another banker friend of mine that does. And about a week later, I was driving home from my kid's soccer game, and I got a phone call. And I thought it was a bill collector, so I started not to answer it. But the spirit hit me again and said, answer that phone, right? So I answered the phone, and the guy said, I'm so-and-so calling from so-and-so bank. I heard you want to buy mortgages. I heard you want to buy mortgages, right? So we started buying mortgages from the bank, and there was something, I'm gonna get to the good part on for y'all. There was something that I realized. I realized that the bank is selling us a mortgage at a discount. I was ready to pay face value. The bank said, no, we sell at a discount. What do you mean? Well, if you buying this mortgage, and let's just say we were in Baltimore, so we're dealing with a lot of low-end houses, right? So the bank says if you're buying this mortgage and it's $50,000, the face value of the mortgage is $50,000, we might sell this mortgage to you for 10. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can count to 10. You 10,000? They're like, yeah, 10,000. Wow. Okay. So what's next? They were like, well, we don't really know because we've never really sold to a private company like yours. We never sold to a private company like yours. We only sell bank to bank. So we don't know or have any of the documentation. We don't fully know whether if you can do this or not, but we're willing to try. Since you helped my man at the other bank, we're willing to try to help you too. So I said, okay. So I said, let me and my wife do some stuff on our side. We're going to work with you guys to make this stuff happen. So Rochelle, look, we got to find out how to get this done. We need to talk to some lawyers. Rochelle's like, okay, let me find something. Right? So we're looking up information. No information anywhere on the internet. No information anywhere on the internet. And I'm like, how are we supposed to find this out? Guy jump on the phone, right? Guy start calling people. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Can you help us? So we finally found an attorney that was like, yeah, I can help y'all, because 11 attorneys told us this is illegal. Listen to what I'm saying. 11 attorneys said this is illegal. 11 attorneys said this is illegal. Now, I just told you in the real estate hierarchy that buying notes is in the controllership realm. Attorneys work jobs, right? This is in the controllership realm. So those attorneys, their legal expertise, my real estate attorney would know. He might know now, but he ain't know 20 years ago. Their level of knowledge couldn't reach up that high. But we found one that said, not only is this not illegal, but I can begin to help y'all. and we began to pay him to draft the documents. We would have to reach out to a bank and say, can we get the documents that you guys currently use with another bank and let us see those documents? And we began to cut and piece together all of the articles from that document and formulate it for a private company. Me and Rochelle built the system. And the reason that I say we built the system and we pioneered the industry, because whenever we was calling around to real estate offices and real estate attorneys, I basically called every real estate investment association in the United States asking for help. And none of them could give me even an inkling of what was going on. Not even an inkling of what was happening. And we formulated the documents and everything like that. And we began to do deals. And our first deal was on a property in Florida. And we paid, I ain't gonna tell you what we paid. It was a low amount of money that we paid for it. I can give you numbers. I'll give you numbers, right? So we paid like around $20,000 for the deal. We wind up selling the deal for, I think it was something like 68,000, 68,000. And let me tell you how that deal went. So I had to go to Chicago for an event. And I'm talking to Rochelle in the event. I had left messages for all 12 attorneys. And me and Rochelle, we talking, everything like that. I'm at the event. I barely got enough money to be at the event, right? I'm hoping that somebody don't say, bro, buy me dinner, because I'm scratching and scraping myself, right? And Rochelle, as I said to Rochelle, do you think I should carry my laptop into the event with me? And she said, boy, no. She's like, don't lug that big laptop in that event, because back then I had the giant laptop, right? I had the King Kong of laptops, right? So she's like, don't drag that thing in that event. So I said, okay, cool. So I go downstairs, catch a cab to the event, and it's freezing. And I'm walking into the event, and Rochelle is calling. I'm like, now I just talked to her. Right? We was on the phone for like 2 hours in the morning, right? Because she want to talk to her boo, right? So I'm like, why is she calling me back again? So I answer the phone as I'm walking through the front door of the hotel. And she said, babe, guess what? And I said, what, babe? She said, one of the attorneys called back. I'm like, okay. She's like, he said he could do it. He said he could do the deal. So what happened was, I had called the 11 before I went to Chicago, and they all said, what you trying to do is illegal. You're going to go to prison. It's a scam. Blah, 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 blah. Can't believe you call here with a scam. This, that, and the third, whatever. And the 12th had not called me back yet. But as I was going to the event, she said the 12th had called me back. Babe, he said he could do the deal. Babe. I said, what I need you to do, right? I'm going to tell y'all this. She's going to get mad when I tell y'all this. So during this whole time for like a year, I was telling her, babe, I'm figuring this thing out. I'm figuring this mortgage thing out, this, that, and the third. Guess what? The bank said this, and the bank said this, and the bank said that. And she's kind of like, yeah, but you still ain't got $20. So how is this going to work, right? How we going to get some money up in here? That's all I'm trying to hear right now. And she wasn't trying to have no parts of it. She didn't want to hear about it. She didn't want no parts of it. And then when the attorney said he could do the deal, I could hear in her voice, there was like a glimmer of like hope now, right? There's glimmer of hope. So he said he could do the deal, babe. I said, okay, great. I said, you know, all those emails and stuff in my email that I have been sending back and forth for the last year? Yeah. I said, well, now you got the homework of going back into my emails, going through all of my emails for the last year, reading all of my notes, all of my correspondences, and figuring this out because I'm getting ready to go into this event. So about 2:30, 3 o'clock that afternoon, Chicago time, she called me back and was like, I got all your notes. I read all your emails. You know, I read all your Post-it notes that you got, you know, stuck to the side of the computer and everything like that. She's like, I think I got it figured. She said, I think I got it figured out. I said, okay. I said, so what you're going to do then is you're going to work with the bank on your side. You're going to work with the bank. I said, but I'm going to call the investor back. And I'm going to work with the investor. And when I called the investor back, when I called them back, the investor was like, okay, I'm going to come up with the money to make this happen. And long story short, we closed the deal out. And again, we went from not having any money. And I don't think y'all may understand what any money may mean, right? We went from not having any money to now being like 38, 48, something $1,000 richer. Now, what you might have missed, because I gave you a huge secret. I gave you a huge, huge secret. If you're listening carefully, I gave you a huge, 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 huge secret. Y'all ready? If y'all ready, give me some 100s. If you're ready for this huge secret. Because this is a money piece that I'm about to give you. Let me know when I got some 100s. So I can hit y'all with the money piece. I'm gonna take a sip of water.
Y'all bring them 100s out, man. Y'all bring them 100s out, man. Let's go. Y'all already know. Let's drop this game, man. Let's go get this right.
All right, Monet.
100s. They coming in. They coming in.
So check this out. I'm glad I got the 100s, right? Keeping it 100 with y'all. The secret is this. The bank presented me with the opportunity to buy. And I sold it to an investor using the investor's money to make the purchase. Y'all ain't ready for that. Y'all ain't ready for that.
I got to come get at the Lambo Bell. Hold up. Keep going, King.
Y'all ain't ready for that. I'm going to say it again. The bank presented me the opportunity. I didn't have any money. You don't understand. I didn't have any money. I had barely enough money to eat on the trip. I was hoping that I seen one of my boys there, right? One of my boys named Matt. I was hoping that I seen Big Matt to hook me up with some food or something, which he did. He actually took me out to a spot and I had some Chicago pizza. It was first time having it, right? I ain't a fan of it, but my boy Matt hooked me up, right? So the bank is presenting an opportunity and I didn't have the money, but I knew the buyer. So the buyer sends me the 68,000 or 78, whatever it was. The buyer sends me the money, and I use his money to actually make the purchase of 20,000 for the deal. And now the balance or the arbitrage is in my account. All I'm trying to do is look like a champion to my wife. That's all I'm trying to do, is look like a champion to my wife. Because I could tell after rolling and rocking with me for so long, right, it felt like to me she was losing faith. That's what it felt like. Now, I ain't saying she was, but it felt like that to me as a man, that I wasn't doing my thing. So at that point, I was the king again. And then I said, I ain't ever let myself feel like that again. I ain't ever let myself feel like that again. So that started the whole process. Like, yo, as many of these deals that we could get in, we're going to push them out. The challenge was that the investor marketplace was still not up to par. And it's still 20 years later, not completely up to par. It's still not completely up to par. So understand this before I go in on the investor marketplace. Understand this. I did it on a deal that the bank was giving me the opportunity on for 20,000. But now they give me the opportunity on 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all not ready for it. Because you still want to think, oh, the bank is almighty God. The bank. The bank is in financial trouble. The bank is suffering. The bank has a credit score that you can look up and most of the time even request it from them. And if you get their bank credit score, they have a lower credit score that they can't even get a loan from themselves. Man, I don't want you to believe me.
I'm hitting the bell on that one. Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King. Too much firepower in here, boy. Woo!
I'm telling you, they can't even get a loan from themselves, and I don't want you to believe a thing that I'm saying. I don't want you to believe a thing that I'm saying. Please do not believe me. Go and do your own homework, and you'll discover, wait a minute. They broke. So all of this is a farce? Yes. So that's why they would sell to a private company like me and Rochelle, because what we're doing is we're helping them turn the money faster. We're helping them turn the money faster. That's why it's called Current C. Current C, because it needs to be moving. It needs to be moving. The faster we can turn it, the faster they can be profitable and lend it back out again. Because think about it. If the bank lends you $500,000 for a house, they're giving you 30 years to pay it back. 30 years. And by the time you pay that $500,000 back, you've paid back like 1.5 million. Easy thing to figure out. Go on Google and Google mortgage calculator and start playing around with it. And you'll see that what I'm telling you is the truth. You'll see that what I'm telling you is the truth. You start delving into the finances of mortgage-backed securities, and you will see that what I'm telling you is the truth. The majority of the time, the major public is blind to all of this. They're blind. And they don't want you to notice. That's why they don't teach finances in school. This is the reason that they don't teach finances in school, because they don't want you to know and understand how it works. They don't want you to be in the know. They just want you to sign up for the program and work until you die to pay the money. That's it. So me and Rochelle said, no, we don't want that system. We want to be in controllership. So we can buy mortgage debt and we can say, let me give you guys some numbers, right? So that it's clear. So many times the banks will send us a portfolio. And the portfolio, let's say it has 200 loans on it. Has 200 loans. And what we'll do is we'll itemize the loans, right? How much this one costs, how much that one costs, whatever. So sometimes after itemizing the loans and working it all out and whatever, and Rochelle does a lot of this on the back end. My son Khalil does a lot of this on the back end, right? So once it's all itemized and worked up, we look and we see one of the loans is only coming out to be $2,500 that we're going to be paying for it. It's only $2,500. So what we can do then is we start looking at who's owing the money. Who owes the money on this? So when I pull up the data on the owner, I see that there's a lady, her payment is $125 a month. But she's 78. $125 a month and she's 78. I look at Rochelle, say, is it cool if I bust a move? Rochelle say, go ahead, bust a move. And I write her a release of lien. Miss Johnson, you no longer owe this mortgage. You no longer owe it. I just gave her the balance of her mortgage for free because I'm a controller and I can do that. I'm a controller and I can do that. And it doesn't matter what the size of somebody's loan is. If I choose to, I can simply release them from their lien. So yes, we make a lot of money, but we also work to do a lot of good. We work to do a lot of good. And we do moves like that all the time. Right? And I know we got the Lambo bell, but then I hit him with this.
That was easy.
Oh, I'm about to say, my button ain't working.
That was easy.
Yeah. I release him from it. Yeah, I release him from it. Right? Because I'm a controller, I can release him. Who wouldn't want to be a controller? Who wants to just sit and just work all the days of their life, not enjoying life? Can't go outside, gotta go to work every day, all day. I ain't want that. I put my life on the line for the fire department. I was hazmat, which meant that I dealt with bombs and explosives too. I dealt with chemical fires, everything. I dealt with something called AFFF, aqueous form, film, and foam, of which now they say they've known that it was a cancer causer. Don't believe what I'm saying. Look it all up. I dealt with all this. I put my life on the line for less than $30,000 a year. I served my county. I served my county. I got pictures of me going into burning buildings ablaze. And I did it with a smile on my face. And I went to work lovingly every shift. I had a crew that I worked with. I loved them with all my heart like they were my family. But when a technicality came up, they said, oh, we're not paying him no more. We can get rid of him. So I said, you know what? You know what, God? I hear your message again. It's time for me to take my destiny into my own hands. It's time for me to be the true man that I'm supposed to be. It's time for me to stop whining and complaining and stop. I got to stop acting like a victim. And I got to act like the king that I am for my family. So I went from that to now talking to billionaires on a regular on the phone, helping them purchase assets, invest capital, and everything. And me and Rochelle have been able to set up successfully private equity companies, and we were at one time the first IPO in this space. We were approved to operate as an IPO in this space. Not only were we the first ones to operate in this space, but we were the first minority couple. I don't think that there still is a minority couple or person registered with the SEC as an IPO in this space. I got receipts. Don't believe what I'm saying. Please don't believe what I'm saying. I would be upset if you believed what I'm saying. I need you to do your own research so that you won't believe what I'm saying, but that you will know what I'm saying is the truth.
Don't worry, Shell, I'm on it. Ringing that bell.
Yes, sir. You'll know what I'm saying is the truth, right? I don't like believing, right? Believing means that I have to have faith. I need to know. I need to know. Is this thing true? Is this thing right? Is it what they're saying it is? Whatever, right? So we began to do deals. Then after a while, it becomes like a thing of redundancy. It's like, yeah, okay, we did deals. Okay, how many deals we do this month? Okay, we did 100 deals this month. Okay, cool. All right, how many deals we gonna try to do next month? All right, just so I could feel like I'm a winner, let's see if I can hit 200 deals in a month. Let's see if I can hit 300 deals in a month. Okay, we doing that. That's cool. Great. How much we raised this month? Okay, we raised, $5 million. Okay, great. Let me see if I can go out and see if I can tackle 10 million. Okay, the following day, somebody called me and said I got 10 million. Oh, now I got to raise it up to 20 million. Let me see if I can go out and raise 50 million. Let me see if I can go out and raise 100 million. Let me see if I can go out and raise $500 million. And I've done that. And I've said that publicly in rooms of people that do the same thing. And nobody could refute what I'm saying. I got people on here that's watching this YouTube right now that have heard me and witnessed me doing this same thing in a room full of people that do the same thing. And that they are smart enough to know that if I was lying, they could call me out on my lies. Because I start telling people that was in the room at the time, oh, I remember when you started. This is when you started. Not only do I know the month and day and year that you started, I know what you started with. I remember how much capital you started with at the time. I remember you started with 200,000. Right? So I'm We are talking about like this is the space to be in. Now, guess what? Guess what? I'm not judging anybody right now, but I'm going to make a statement. Y'all may not like me after I make this statement. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay if you don't like me after I make this statement. I hope y'all are ready for what I'm about to say. Most people would rather take their money and invest it in a crypto program instead of investing it with me or investing it in training or to learn how to do the same thing. And I'm going to tell you why most people would want to do that. Most people would want to do that because it takes the obligation away from them to be responsible for their money. You don't want to be responsible. You want to say, I gave it to the program. I gave it to the platform because they said that I was going to get 1% a day. That's what they said. I'm thinking, wait a minute, 1% a day, right? So that's going to be anywhere between 20 to 30% a month. Wow. How I need to know, how is somebody generating those types of returns? I want to know how somebody is really generating one of those types of returns. Well, see, you got to understand the algorithm is, and we put the one over here and it can't. They don't want to hear that. Show me how you generate those returns. And then before you know it, rug pull. Rug pull. Or the platform can't sustain generating those returns over and over and over and over again. Now, in all transparency, I put money in those platforms too. But I did it knowing full well that I was going to lose the capital. I did it full well knowing that I would or could lose the capital. So to us, right, I'm not a gambling man, but to us, it was kind of like, all right, let's roll the dice and see what happens. Let's roll the dice and see what happens. Let's have some fun with it. And I've lost, me and my family, we've lost a lot. And I remember one month we lost like $1 million. I saw somebody make a post as I was coming into the room that said, yeah, don't cry at the casino. We never cry at the casino. Absolutely not. We never cry at the casino. I know what it is. It's a casino. Why would I cry? But let me tell you about this mortgage-backed security space. When I invest money, guess what I know? That it's backed by a property. It's backed by a property. It's backed by a property of which I can evaluate the value of that. It's backed by a property. But most people still want to say, I gave it to the program, because they don't want the responsibility of learning how to do this space. They don't want the responsibility of having to look at the numbers themselves. And I'm not talking about like you got to know calculus. I'm not talking like that. Do y'all really know who y'all are talking to right now? Do you really know who you're talking to right now? I forgot to tell y'all. I'm a high school dropout. You ain't hear what I just said. You didn't hear me. I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out of high school, not because I was on drugs, not because I was in the gang, not because I couldn't handle it. I had to drop out of high school because I was a teen dad. I liked them girls. I was a teen dad. And I now, at 16 years old, had a family to take care of. I couldn't go to school all day long and work to provide for, my girlfriend at the time, who later became my wife, and my son. And I had a son on the way. And I had my own apartment and all that, bills and everything like that, at 16 years old. I left home at 16 years old, and I've never returned since. Now, later went back, got my GED, and enrolled in college, majored in biology. Me and my wife, Rochelle. First marriage was a disaster. Right? So I learned, and then when me and Rochelle got together, y'all know I did my thing. Y'all know I was experienced at that point, y'all. I did my thing, right? I knew how to make the second marriage work. Right? So the first one, fumbled, right? Fumbled the ball, right? But I knew how to make the second marriage work. So I need you to understand that if you can read and write, if you can add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and you don't even have to do it yourself because we got calculators on our phone, but if that is the case, then I can work with you. Now, let me tell you something about working with you. When I work with people, right, I don't discriminate, but I don't like working with moo moo, boo boo, and sha sha. Right? I don't like working with people that want to play games. I don't like working with people that are not really serious about this craft. Right? I don't like working with people like that. And to work with us, the coaching fees are high. Our time is valuable, and I just don't have the time to work with and give my time to people that aren't interested in investing in themselves. So fees are what they are, and it's not even a big deal, right? It's not even a big deal. You're in or you're not, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. But I'm telling you that with the right mindset, we're big on mindset over here. With the right mindset, being coachable and ready to change your life. You changing your life, not me changing your life. I can provide you with the information, the knowledge, the tools, everything that you need. But you have to do it. We do take on investment capital. We do take on investment capital. However, we're very selective on what capital we take in. I don't care how much you're trying to give. Try and give 20 million, 50 million, doesn't matter. That's not the issue. But if I don't really like you, if I don't really like who you are as a person, then I'll respectfully decline to take your investment capital. That's just, it is what it is. Because I do have to answer to the SEC. I do. Right? And I do have to run checks on who you are, where your capital is coming from. I have to make sure that you're not on the global watch list, things like that. I just do, because I respect our government. And whatever I may say whatever I may say about the financial system and everything like that, the one thing that I do have respect for is our government. And I'm never trying to do anything to anger them or get on their bad side. So not only do we try to be compliant, but we try to be overly compliant. We try to be over compliant with what they're asking us to do. So instead of taking on a bunch of capital, like we know some platforms, give me all the money, give me all the money, give me all the money. Then say, whoa, we got a problem. Yeah, so we don't want to be in that situation where we're taking on 14, 15,000 people at one time. We can, but we don't want to take that on. And now we're having some little issue where somebody has penetrated the security of the company, and I haven't been able to personally keep a watchful eye on what's going on. Right? So we don't want that happening. So we just get very selective on whose capital we take in, who we work with as students, etc. Because this thing that we do, I can talk about it. And I can educate people on it, but I don't take people on so that they can do something unlawful or something unscrupulous to, a homeowner that's looking to get out of their financial debt. So that's where we are. And we have a very personal relationship with our students, right? So sometimes if I got to be on a Zoom call with you, I got to be on a Zoom call with you for an hour or so. If I'm not liking you, like, I don't want to put that time into you if I'm not liking you. I don't want to put that time into somebody if they're arrogant. I don't want to put that time into somebody if they're calling me every 5 minutes. I have students that will hit me up and I might not get back to them for a week. But they know I haven't forgotten them. They know that I haven't given up on them. They know that I haven't pushed them to the side. They know that I'm going to get back to them. They already know it. But I got a family, and I like to, outside of all the money, I like to be a husband, and I like being a dad. I like being a husband and a dad. And I like my life. So I like to have people that I like working with, people that's going to understand that sometimes I get tied up and I need to dedicate time to my family to make sure that, my wife is cool and that she's happy, and my kids when they need to talk to me about something, that I'm available. Right? Sometimes I might be doing a call and my son coming to my office, and I gotta say, I gotta call you back because my son want to talk to me for a minute. Yeah, but we was just about to talk about. I get it, but I got my son need me right now, so I gotta call you back. Doesn't matter what we was talking about. So we have people that we work with currently, and they're locked in. They're locked in. And they know that we provide a personal touch on them and with them, and that we love them like they're our own family. So if you have, it's 10 o'clock, I've been talking for 2 hours. I can go on and on to the break of dawn, to the early morn. But if y'all got questions or whatever, Lambo, I'm open.
Dude, you, first of all and foremost, before we get that, I got to hit this bell, man. You've been delivering fire nonstop, brother, on here. Full salute on there, man. I am not even much lying to you. But yes, we are opening up to question and answers. So definitely that's something that we're going to do, man, on here, man. I mean, he delivered an amazing, from start to finish. It's been nonstop, punching us in the face with information. And man, your wife, like my wife, man, Michelle in there, man, she was in there, brother, going in. I said, oh, this is good right here, baby. This is good right here. So we're going to open it up, question and answers. listen, let me know. Please be respectful and everything, man, of your time. We're going to do something, though, something even different, rather than even people trying to write in the chats or anything else like that, right? We're going to do something different, man, okay? What I'm going to do on
Let me
here.
take a bio break.
Yeah, go ahead. What I'm going to do on here is we're going to go ahead and put the link, right, to this in the chat where you can ask an actual live question. Just click on the link. You can come behind back door. Just click on the link. It's in the chat. And you can come on here and ask. You don't have to math. You don't have to put no screen up or anything else like that. But you guys can click on the link, come back. I will actually let you in. We will go in order, and we can ask. And you guys can come on here and ask live questions rather than just typing in the chat. Because I know there's a lot of times that a lot of people like to articulate it. Me and Coach have already talked about this and everything, man, prior to the show of you guys coming on. We want to be definitely respectful, but definitely click on the link, sign up. You will come backstage, and then we can go ahead and ask your questions live right here to my guy and everything, man, Amed, man, and he will definitely go ahead and answer your questions. So, again, a lot of information, a lot of work. Again, you don't have to go ahead and put your camera on, but you can come on there and actually speak and actually talk and really go ahead and answer your questions or ask your questions and hopefully get them answered right here. So it's in the chat. If you're on YouTube, it's in the chat. If you're on Facebook, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go ahead and try to put it in the stream or whatever the case may be, and we will definitely get you right. If not, you can write your answers in the chat for some of you guys who may be on here. And you may say, Lambo, you know what? We don't want to go ahead and have our voices on here. I'm just making sure that you do get both options, whether you want to go on ahead and write it in the chats or you want to be able to come online and you guys can come on live and ask your question by just clicking on this link right here that I just put right here in the chats. Just click right here on this link right here. Just put in the chat. You guys can come on and talk live and you guys can ask questions, anything. But please be respectful so we can kind of get through questions and stuff like that for the next person if you guys want to do that. Again, I know one question. A lot of people, man, they are excited, man. I will give you a question and stuff like that, man, that I know that I would like to ask, as well as I know a few other people like this. So with mortgage notes in this game, can you actually buy a property or a family acquire a property with it actually not being a business transaction and they can actually probably have their first home to live in it or anything else like that?
Yes. So what that looks like is you basically could buy the asset,
Mm-hmm.
and many times the owners want to leave the property for whatever reason. It could be relocation, it could be a death in the family, it could be they scaling up, they scaling down, right? They just want to be done, but they don't know how to ask the bank to relieve them of the debt. So you purchase the asset and you can reach out to them and ask them, do they actually want to leave the asset? Do they want to leave the property? And in many cases, they're going to say yes. And so you could just grant them, y'all are out, get stuff, and you could be out, and they leave willingly. And now that's your property.
Wow, facts. So now, is this also, and we're going to talk about this side out and everything, man, Coach Rashid and Murph. I love it, love it, love it. Is this also actually a way of subject to? Is it similar to subject to? Or how different is from mortgage notes to the subject to actual practice?
Okay. So in a subject to, and I'm going to tell you, at one time, Rochelle was known as the subject to queen, right? He was going all across the country. I got video footage. I got receipts She's going all across the country teaching on subject 2.
Yeah.
All right. So with the subject 2, the owner basically sells the property to someone else. And now instead of the loan transferring from the original owner to the new person, the property is transferred, but the loan still stays in place, right?
Gotcha.
That's subject 2. Now, with mortgages, right, that if you own the mortgage, if you're stepping into the shoes of now the bank, then when the person is leaving the asset, when the person is leaving the property, they're just deeding the property back to the original lender. So now you now own the property and the mortgage, but because you own the mortgage, you don't have to pay yourself. It just dissolves itself away. And ask it, bro. Ask it.
Man, this is y'all don't understand, man. And shout out and everything to my guy Jack. We're gonna get to him. We're gonna bring him on stage and everything, man, real quick. You guys know him as Crypto King Jack, man. Jackson Armstrong, man. Shout out to you. What it good, Jack? Talk to us, man.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I appreciate you having me on, Lambo.
Hey, you know it's love, brother. Come on, man. Let's do what we do, brother.
Yeah, I had to get on here, support my brother Amed, and then support your show, of course.
Thank you, King. Thank you, brother.
Crypto King.
Hey, what's up? I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to get on here and support, make sure I don't miss nothing, man. I gotta state the information set you free, the right information and applied information, right? So I'm just trying to stay connected to the right people.
Well, hold on. Since you on here, can we ask a good solid question? We thank you for that.
Yep.
Jack, you're actually tapping in with my guy Amed in his course and exactly, man, his mentorship. Talk to us about, man, your experience and what is he did, man, to actually help change your life, man, and open you up to some things that you probably never known before, man. We want to hear it.
Oh man, just it's so much stuff. Every time I get on a call or I'm in his immediate vicinity, I think that's how you say that word. I'm learning something. So it's knowledge all day with him. We had our end of year call today, and it was just like I'm filling up notebooks. Like I'm coming back from Maryland, and I'm like, I can't miss this call. I gotta be on this call. So we driving through like 4 states, and I'm like, I gotta take these notes down. This is crazy how knowledgeable Amed is in this, not in just real estate, just life in general, man. It's been crazy how he's sorry, my son's in the background. uh, he having a good time back there. He's supposed to be asleep. But yeah, so I've been rocking with Amed for a little over a year now, and the bro, it's crazy. It's kind of hard to explain like how much he's changed my life and just the trajectory of my life. With the information that he's given, we went to his house. He's met my son. He's met my wife. Like he's family now. So when he says if he don't like you and he ain't gonna work with you, he ain't lying. And so I just seen some people come and talk to him, and just watching them, I could kind of tell like, okay, this person might not be around for that much longer. Like, and he's true to his word when he says that about he has to like you to work with you, and of course like he said, he loves helping people. So I've seen that side of him, and it's been amazing. I can't wait to continue this whole thing, man. He stuck with me now. He didn't he didn't show me too much. I can't go away now.
Nice. We stuck with each other, bro.
Oh yeah. Him and Rochelle's helped expand my mind too, man. It's It's no words that can explain what they've done to help me in my journey with I can't even talk entrepreneurship, and then just being in this space altogether.
Yeah, and paying homage to my man Jackson too. Like, hope he don't mind me saying this. You could be mad at me later, Jackson. But Jackson currently has a deal that he might be looking to sell. I don't know, right? Y'all might want to reach out to him on that thing.
Oh yeah, I do got a deal.
You know I gotta put money in your pocket, bro.
I appreciate it always, always.
God, Jack, thank you, brother, for that, man. Truly appreciate you, brother. You as
Yep.
well, man, dude. You're boldest, man, and really coming on here. We already got a couple more lined up, man. Full salute. Thank you for everything. I told you, we got to the Core 4 event, and I say, all this is because of Jack. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
Hey, look, networking is the way to go, man. The You could be one person away from your life being different. Meeting, talking to the right person. I know a lot of people now, especially from my hometown, is like Jackson talks a lot. Like now, like, 'cause I used to be like, nah, I'm over here in the corner. I used to be in intel in the military, so we in a room, no windows. We ain't talking to nobody. We on the computer. So
Yeah.
I had to do a little bit of changing my personality and those type of things to get where I need to be, and it's changed my life. So, bro,
Full salute, King. Full
yeah,
salute.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Jack,
bro.
man. Keep doing what
Yeah,
you do best, man. We got to bring
definitely,
you back on the show again.
definitely.
Bet, man. Have a great one, man. All right,
You
let's
too.
get to our next one, man. We got my guy, Big Luke. Shout out to you, Luke.
Oh,
What's
what's
up,
happening? What's
man?
happening?
Big Luke.
Hey, man! I tell you what, I had a great time with you fellas in the DC. Even though the weather was not what I would call ideal, but hey, it was well worth the trip. When I met this brother Ahmed, I was like, I don't know if he could tell. I was just sitting there going like, I was in total awe, and he went over. When somebody's telling you something, you kind of get stuck on a point, and so he was going through the things, and of course you get stuck on a point, and of course then I missed the next two. And the question I had was, because we talked about the levels of his mentorship, and like he wasn't joking. His class is a little high now, but that's okay. Let's listen, because we talked about those programs he mentioned, and I lost over 100 grand, and that's a lot of money to me. But what I wanted to ask Ahmed was, with the entry level, would I be able to acquire property then? And then if so, at the entry level, how long is that mentorship? What time frame is that? A month, 6 months, a year? How is that? And what would I be able to do going through that? And then, of course, and when I graduate, I would like to go through the whole thing. But just starting out, what would I learn? What would I be able to do?
Very good question. So, Brother Luke, thanks for tapping in. Thanks for your support of the program, and also giving me an opportunity to express, not only at the event but even here and asking your questions. I definitely appreciate it. So right now we have we have three levels. We have a 50K level, we have a 30K level, and we have a 10K entry level.
Ooh,
So,
yeah.
so with those levels, though, space is limited. Space is limited. So again, we gotta take people on, we gotta vet people out, and everything like that. But to answer your question, if you come in at the entry level, essentially, you learn the entire system of what we're doing, how we're doing the deals, everything like that. It's kind of like a self-study course.
Okay.
Where you just apply yourself,
Right.
and when you apply yourself, then you could simply hit me up and say, all right, so what I'm about to do is I'm about to go out on the limb. I'm about to go out on the limb because what's coming through me right now is my my goodness in working with people, right? My wife will be like, you can't do that at that level, right? She'll be like, you can't do that at that level, right? So she'll be like, you just put your foot in your mouth, right? But I'm about to do it, right? I'm about to do it because
Right.
I'm on Lambeau's show. I'm on the Leverage show, right? So I'm doing it for the Leverage show, right? So what you could do is you could hit me up and say, hey, bro, I wanna get a deal, and let me know if you can find something in this state, in this particular state. And then I will try to find you something in that state. Most of the time, I only do something like that for somebody that's in the higher level programs, right? Because it takes a lot of my time to now begin to work with a person on an individual basis at a lower number. Okay. However, I like Luke.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I like Luke, right? So me and Luke had some time, right, at breakfast.
Yeah.
I like Luke. So, locking in and sometimes favor ain't fair.
Sure. Yeah.
Sometimes favor ain't fair.
Right.
And when you lock in and I like you, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'm able to do a little something extra because of what you're showing me and how you responded to me and everything like that. So yeah, if you can get some things done majorly, and you can get some things done majorly fast,
right?
If you are diligent and serious about this thing. And I'm talking weeks, not months. The program for each level is 6 months.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, we visited about, especially Lambeau, that couple programs, but got some good news today about one called CGL. Of course, the other program that our good friend was involved in, the 26th of next month. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? I know exactly what you're talking about, right? And what I'm saying though is like I said in one particular program, right? A year or so ago, we lost like $1 million, right, in a month, right? And I'm just saying, like, bro, when I hit somebody and tell somebody, yo, the program is $50K, and I'm like, do you understand what I'm giving you?
Yeah.
Do you understand the time that I'm investing into you? Do you understand, like, I'm giving you for $50K my life?
Yeah.
The last 20 years of my life.
Right.
The time, I'm giving you the time that me and my wife was arguing constantly. I'm giving you the time that we was having 3 a.m. meetings in the middle of the bed with the yellow legal pad. I'm giving you the time that we ain't had money. I'm giving you the time that vehicles got repoed and we had to walk out kids to school in the rain. I'm giving you like my blood, sweat, and tears.
Right.
And most people give 50, 500K to a program and they don't even know the person.
True.
There go that bell. That sound, man. To get the bell out. I forgot I was on mute. I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Jackson said today, we did a year-end call and we was on 2.5 hours, right? The year-end call, and as soon as I got off the year-end call, right, I was back on the phone with Lambeau Drew.
Yeah.
We was on for like 2 hours, right? So when I'm locked into somebody, I really give them myself.
Now, Lambeau, don't feel left out, because I definitely want to tap into you too, because you got a wealth of knowledge and information also. So hey, I want to get some of that too. I mean, look, I like those multiple streams of that income. So listen, And we'll talk more in depth. I don't want to hog the show, but
Man
I
of the
let
hour
bro-
is on here. What we need to do, like I said, this is a man out here giving this thing to us, and giving this to us the right way, because I do think that there's a lot of people, and Luke, I don't know if you experienced this, or Ahmed, if you experienced this, when people start talking real estate and then start talking the power of being able to have different avenues to be able to have control of real estate, a lot of people start getting scared. And a lot of people, because of that unfamiliar territory, and that's where I think that the training and everything else comes into play, because a lot of people may be coming into money or sitting on money. Like Luke was just saying, hey, you have a program that may be coming back. Hey, that's fine. If it comes back, we great. But if we not, we leverage it. Look to other ways to leverage that, to go get money so that you can go ahead and take a look at some of these great deals that are brick and mortar, that are solid, that are really, really building wealth long term. And I think that we need to continuously to keep that mindset while we do have these other things. Okay, we playing over here. Like Amed said, hey, if we lose this, we lose a meal. But man, what could that meal could have done in other spaces that were more concrete and solid? Right. And we always have to have that risk, especially when we are out here and we're navigating to really go ahead and build wealth the right way.
And let me add this to that point, Lambo. Check this out, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm gonna give you some easy numbers and I'm gonna make them up, right?
Okay.
But let's say I took 20,000.
Okay.
And instead of investing it into a platform, I bought a mortgage with that. And let's say the homeowner has to make $1,000 a month payment.
Right.
Right. So now I paid 20,000 for it, but the value of the mortgage could be 100,000.
Yeah.
So they are paying $1,000 a month, right?
Right.
Now, guess what we call that on this side of things? We call that a platform. But there's a difference, though. Mm-hmm. The difference is that it's secured by a piece of property.
Right.
And it could be in Florida. I'm in Georgia.
Right.
Right. But then the following month, I go buy another one in Atlantic City. And that person is paying $1,000 a month. Guess what we call that? A platform.
Yeah. Okay.
But the two things are not connected, though.
Right. Right.
The only connection is me.
Yeah.
So I can have platforms all over the United States paying me residually, and it's all secured by a hard asset.
That makes sense to me.
Why are we talking about something digital that's fluctuating constantly? Well, I'm more sophisticated. I use a stable coin. You use a stable coin that's supported by the fiat currency that we're supposed to be trying to get away from.
Yeah. That's true.
Like, what are we doing?
Right. Right.
But yeah, if I push a whole lot of people into this thing, I can make X. Right. And when I make X, right, I'm the man. I'm looking shiny. But guess what? In a rug pull situation, of which we've seen dozens of platforms happen, all these people that you pushed into it, man, they hurting because they lost their money.
Right. That's very true. Very true. An unfortunate truth, but it is very true. I felt bad for I had a decent team in Hyperfund and I've helped some of them get their money back, but it's 100% true.
So in our game, we ain't playing defense, we playing offense. And again, we know the refs, we know the owners, we know the owner of the stadium, we know everybody, right? So ain't no way we losing.
That's the best game to play. That is the best game to play.
And I think that Luke, I mean, like you said, you talk about hyperverse. Can I tell you something? A common denominator out of us all. Mm-hmm. A lot of people have either been in a platform, been in bad deals in their life, or been in a bad situation where they lost money. Right. How do you recover? And a lot of people don't have that knowledge or the expertise to recover and to get ahead. and do it the right way and have a real system in place. So when you hear, a man comes on and starts saying, hey, this is what I got here. If you can do this, you can leverage here and leverage there. I'm telling you what, it's probably one of the most secure blueprints that is real success and growing wealth, longevity of time. And that's what we want. There's no shot at the traders who are doing the trading and all of that stuff. No shot at it. If you're doing that, no shot at people who are building wealth from software design and everything else. But what it is he said, after the end of the day, if we're trying to convert back from fiat to real tangible money to become the controller in the bank, real estate has been one of that biggest assets that have actually been the control of you really controlling your destiny, controlling your wealth for longevity out of that. So shout out and everything, man, to Luke for definitely dropping this, and the man definitely coming out here, man, and really spend some game, man, Now, Luke, so you've been a part of some of Ahmed's actual followings and some of the teachers that he's done so far, right?
No. The only thing I've had from Ahmed was what we had in DC. The first time I met him, and it was funny. And I'll tell this real quick. I have a distant cousin that actually does something similar to what Ahmed has been teaching. And he has these houses. And now the only difference between him and Ahmed, he won't tell you how he does it. He put his sister in a $600,000 house. I'm in Dallas for work. And, well, that house probably worth $700,000-800,000 now. But, a couple of years ago, $600,000 house gets you a hell of a house.
Yeah.
And he would kind of give you some vague overtures of how he would get in and deal with the mortgage. And you just sit there and scratch on your head. And I knew what Ahmed was saying was true because I have a cousin that does it. Now, he won't tell you how he does it, but himself, his sister, and he rents these houses out. And I know he doesn't pay much to get them. I know he hasn't. In fact, his uncle, which is my cousin, lives in one. And we go over there for a holiday. It's pool in the back. I mean, the house worth $400,000. And so when Ahmed was saying, I was like, oh, just doggone. So this is what the hell he would do. But he won't tell you jack. He'd be like, well, it's real, man. The systems work. Man, so you show me how to do. Hey, cuz I get back with you. He won't tell you nothing. He just keeps it all to himself. Man, hey, it is what it is.
Yep.
And so let me say something to you too, because I know we're getting ready to bring on the next one in. But I gotta say something too. Speaking on how he does it, there is, and I want you to kind of tap in that if you can, Ahmed. There's two types of what you do. It's called performing notes and non-performing notes, right?
Yes.
And so could you elaborate on that just a little bit? Because, for me, Luke, and everybody else, man, it was out there.
Absolutely. So there are two major types of mortgages that you can buy. You could buy performing, and that means that the homeowner is currently and has been paying on their monthly payment every single month. Right. They call that A paper, right? A plus paper.
Right.
But then they have non-performing debt, which means that the homeowner hasn't been paying and is currently behind in their mortgage, right? Okay. So when someone asks me or try to, sometimes a person will try to do these so-called rap battles with me, right? So they'll say, I buy performing debt and you buy non-performing debt. They'll say, I'm getting money from day one. And I say, that's true. However, you've paid 90 to 120 cents on the dollar, right? So whatever the face value is, the bank liquidated it at 90 cents, or they may have even charged them 120% over and above the value, because the way that the mortgage amortizes over time, I said in the talk that you might wind up paying back 3 times the amount of the face value of the mortgage anyway. So there is a logic to buying performing debt. However, the only way to go in performing debt is down, right? You can't go up, and you have to do what the banks don't want to do, which is wait, right? So there's a critical element there's a critical element that the banks understand that most people don't understand. And that critical element is time, right? The banks understand the time value of money. They understand that because it's fiat currency, that it is constantly depreciating every single day. And it depreciates because the cost of goods and services continue to rise, right? What you could buy for $1 in 1930, you can't buy for $1 now, right? They constantly rise the cost of goods and services, and that you need more dollars to buy the same items now, right? So when we purchase non-performing debt, there's something that we know out the gate. The worst has already happened.
I like that.
We know that the worst has already happened. And now all we have to do is become expert problem solvers.
Yeah.
When we become expert problem solvers, now you might be buying debt at 60 cent, 50 cent, 40 cent, 30 cent, 20 cent, 10 cent, 5 cent, 1 cent.
Good numbers.
Yes. So now, if I'm buying at 50 cent on the dollar, and I get the homeowner re-performing again, sometimes, now we don't make the calls, but sometimes one of our agents will make the call and the homeowner might just be like, I just needed a little time, but the bank wasn't trying to hear what I had to say. So we bought at 50 cent on the dollar, right? Let's use some easy numbers. So if the loan is $100,000 and the homeowner over time is going to wind up paying back 2.5 to 3 times that amount, but I only paid 50 grand for it, they're going to wind up paying back $250,000 to $300,000 over time.
Right.
What are we talking about? It's a win. It's a grand slam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So we start off buying non-performing debt, and in addition to that, those places are most likely the places that a person wants to exit the mortgage anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So now when they want to exit, now I can hit up the person through my servicing company, and the person is like, I just want out. I say, okay, sign the paper. They sign the paper, it's done in the weekend, and now I got the property.
Wow, nice. And that's a whole hope.
This.
Now you have an asset worth several $100,000 and it's free and clear.
Right.
I guess apart from property tax, but that's easy to deal with.
Yeah. So in that situation, right? So I got an asset is worth several $100,000s, and guess what? That's the same thing that you spoke to about what your uncle is doing. So now he says, look, all you got to do, I'm gonna put this family member in this property, and all you responsible for is the taxes on it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, America is for sale. Why aren't you buying?
Makes sense to me. Wow. Awesome. Yeah, I don't have a bill.
Yeah, right. Luke, you want any more of that fire?
Hey man, you know what? I have to admit, my buddy Randy Rodriguez is the one that said, man, you got to be at this conference. I said, being in the situation, this program's on hold. So it's like, I got one that's paying. All right, you know what? But sometimes you got to take that step. You got to take that step. You got to believe. And look, that was well worth every penny I spent. Now, granted, I would have liked to hung out, but the weather was cold at night. It wasn't all that hospitable. But hey, man, I tell you what, just hanging out with you guys and then just the stuff that I learned and the people that I met, that was just awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Oh, man, I tell you what, and both you brothers, man, y'all have great programs, and I intend to be involved in both of them.
Yeah. So what I'll say is, I'm gonna say two things to you, Luke. One is that, going back to what we were talking about, there are areas in every city that have thousands of vacant homes. Thousands of vacant homes.
Damn.
That you can buy for like $1.
Yeah.
Like $1. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you this, right? At one point in time, the bank was hitting me and Rochelle up, and they were saying, we want to give you like 100 assets. I said, what do you mean give me? They said, well, we got to show some type of financial transfer. Can we give you like 100 assets for like $1,000?
Ooh.
We got to get them off our books. We gotta get them off the books.
Right.
So, but guess what though? People would rather put their money into a shaky program. Right? People would rather put their money into a shaky program because it's the mind. It's the way that the mind is working, right? And then the other thing that I'll say is that whenever I'm at a conference or something like that and you're there, you should be bugging me to meet you in the lobby or you're at the restaurant or something like that.
Right. See, that's one of the things that impressed me about with Brandon, how he sold Core 4. And the reason why I'm in the ones that I'm in now is because I've learned the hard way. You can wake up and that program's gone. So is your money. And I'm like, I need to be involved in something that I own and control. Because, hey, you know, these programs, I mean, these guys that sell you these things, and of course, when it goes bad, well, you know, you weren't supposed to invest more money you could afford to lose, but they don't sell it that way. Oh, this is the best thing since the wheel, and to get you in. But then once you in, you wake up, God only knows what happened, but your money's gone. And now they're like, well, you know, but here's the thing: next week they on promoting something else.
Yeah.
Hey,
and guess what? People joining.
yeah, bruh, like crazy. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. So I think that a lot of people, when you got to Core 4, and some of us even outside of that, like we bought our talents. Ahmad and Rochelle was always doing this. They were already doing this for years.
Yeah.
But it was like Core 4 was able to bring some of the best in the industry at what they do to kind of bring them into one platform to give you something solid that you can actually start really working and running a play yourself. And I think that could have been, man, one of the best things that could have happened, where a lot of people now don't have to go look for information here and look for it right there and look for it right there. It's all right there.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Big Luke, man.
Appreciate it, man. Hey,
you already know, man.
I mean, I'll be in touch, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Definitely.
Love both of y'all now.
Thank you, Big Luke. All right, brother. All right, next we bringing up my guy, John Franco. What it do, Franco?
Damn.
Wendy, brother. Wendy.
Is this a circle of winners that I'm joining? Talk to me. What's the game we're gonna bring to the people? The fire.
The fire.
You know, Ahmed, a few of the questions that I think some of the people might want to, you know, start understanding. It's essentially how can they start, you know, basically getting close to these type of leads where, you know, sometimes they don't have the money to get started, but they have the time. Like, you know, how does that look for somebody to essentially exchange time for money initially to get started in this type of journey? You know, I don't know if it's similar like wholesale when you're wholesaling properties, but I think that's great game to provide to the people listening to this video today.
Awesome. So great question, my brother John Franco. You know, much respect to you. Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for supporting the platform as well.
Always.
Let me answer that. So when someone comes to me and they say, I don't have the money to make the investment, right? First of all, I can't really solve the problem around a person not having the money to pay for their training and invest in themselves, right? I can't solve that. I think that might be something that Lambo Drew might be able to help with, right? But when it comes to actually purchasing assets, what I teach is that you never, ever, ever have to have the money, right? That's what I addressed in the talk, is that I'm going to somebody else to ask
Yeah.
them to make the investment for me, right? I can always say, listen, I talked to somebody at the Core 4 event, and they said that they had invested like 500K into a platform, right? What if that person what if somebody had gone to that person and said, hey, listen, I got this asset that I want to purchase. It's 30,000, and I want to invest in this. It's backed by a hard asset, and this is my plan for it. Right? There's enough people, right? There's enough of us that have watched this program tonight that have invested millions into these platforms that, sure, if somebody came and won 50,000, here you go, right? Like, there's money everywhere. And especially if you're not going to a person asking for like $1 billion, right? If you're going to a person and asking them for a low amount of money to start investing in these assets, then there's people everywhere, right? There's people at the event that we were at that's willing to come up with money like crazy, to invest in something solid. So we teach OPM all the way. And I say you just have to be good now. If you don't have the money, then you have to have specialized knowledge. So if you have specialized knowledge to be able to go out and have a conversation with someone, right? And just say, listen, I'm looking to invest in these assets. This is what it is. This is the asset. This is the value of it. X, Y, Z, whatever. Would you be willing to fund me and making the purchase? And if the answer is constantly no to that, then like I said, there's always the opportunity to wholesale the asset.
Yeah. That the reason I'm asking that is obviously because there are many people out there that this is always going to sound appealing to them, but how to get started is always going to be the question, right? And that's almost like the hardest thing for anybody to implement, how to get started. A lot of people keep the ideas, but they never get started. So, working with, let's say, people that are in that situation, it's where I think, some of the Core 4 or whatever it is that you guys are doing and Lambo is doing with you should head, because I think that there are great people out there struggling right now. And if knowledge can save them, I mean, let's put it out there for them. Right. So back when I was wholesaling, I used to walk neighborhoods finding properties. Right. And that was my time exchange for me to get to that point of getting a property that I could wholesale. But in your niche, I don't understand how that really works. And then OPM is definitely an education level that everybody should understand at this point and master. And I'm talking about everybody in the Lambo lounge. These are the things and the nuggets that you got to continue putting out there for them so that they can go to sleep and think that tomorrow they can wake up and make an impact on this industry, right?
Yeah, and the challenge is, right? So when I was wholesaling, like I was a wholesaler, and I was like, there's nothing better than doing this, right? I'm a wholesaler.
Yeah.
But life has a way of teaching you that this just isn't enough, right? And that's what when I talked about the motivation behind Rochelle, right? Like Rochelle didn't realize it, right? But she was my teacher, right? She was teaching me, right, along with the universe, that I had greater potential and that I wasn't exercising my potential. And with a lot of people, if a person doesn't have the money, I say either you have to have the resources or you have to be resourceful. I tell you this story really quickly, right? Now, I don't really do this any longer, but let me tell you this. About 20 years ago, a guy came to one of the events that I was teaching at, and he asked me, so how much is your program? I said, the program is $25K. So he says, I want to join your program. And I looked at this guy and I said, I don't think he's going to be able to get the money for the program, right? So my bad for judging, right? But I said, I don't think he didn't look like he was the type of guy that could come up with 25K. So a few days later, he called me back and he said, I have good news and I have bad news. He said, which news do you want first? I said, I want the good news first. He said, the good news is that I have 25K. I said, okay, fantastic. He said, the bad news is that I had to go out and raise it from 5 people. He said, so if you would oblige me and teaching me and allowing me to teach those 5 people, I'll gladly pay you the 25K. I said, because you was so ingenious, I'm going to teach you and them too. So it's not about whether the person has the money. It's really about whether the person has the mind. And if the person don't have the mind, I can't give it to them. I can't give them the mind because then that begins to take away from my life force, right? I have to have the person come to the table with something.
Yeah.
So they gotta have the mind.
Important. Yeah. So then, based on what I understood in your journey, you wholesale first, and then you got into the mortgage notes and everything else. Will you suggest that this is the strategy or framework that people should follow to get started with the things that you are doing today, or do you think that they should just go directly into it? How will you do it?
So remember, and what I said is that the United States government, when they get money from the Federal Reserve, their first investment is mortgage-backed securities.
Mm-hmm.
If one of the greatest nations on earth is investing in mortgage-backed securities, then I want to do what they're doing. So I say a person has to jump in with both feet, fully commit, and make it happen, right? I was ready to listen. I was going to work and working as a firefighter for less than $30,000 a year. That's the point that I'm making. I was ready to die every shift, right? This ain't nothing where I go with some tap dance shoes on and I'm at work just tap dancing around. No, I'm basically about to die every shift. Like I'm at work. I'm at work. A lady falls, breaks her hip. I go in the house, get her wrapped up, ready to be extricated from the house. They call me on the radio and say, switch the line 2. I'm like, why I got to switch the line 2, right? I switch over to the medical line. They say, get out the house now. I say, why? They say, she has an incurable infectious disease and it's airborne. Well, I've been in here with the lady for 45 minutes waiting for y'all to get here. Get out the house now. Well, she's on the extrication board. She's tied down to the extrication board. Get out of there now. We're sending a hazmat team over there to extricate her. But I've been in here with her for 45 minutes. Breathing an airborne infectious disease that's incurable for $30,000 a year. So if a person isn't willing to invest in themselves and willing to make it work with their last dying breath, I don't know what to say, because sometimes that's what it takes.
Yeah.
Right? When you have a dream and a goal and you're passionate about it, right? God will give you the vision, but he doesn't always tell you the plan. Because if he told you what the plan was and you knew what you had to go through to make the vision come to fruition, you wouldn't do it. Because you would say, I don't want to go through that. I don't want to go through that. What do I want to go through the pain and agony of having my son die on me? Right? Do I want that? right? Do I want to go through, having to go through a divorce? Do I want that? Do I want to go through the feeling of having being foreclosed on, right? The humiliation of that? Do I want that? Do I want the humiliation of having me and my wife sleeping on an air mattress on my dad's living room floor? Do I want that? No, I don't want that. And I would have backed out on the vision if God had laid the whole plan out for me. But he gave me the vision. And that's all I needed for him to do was give me the vision. That's why I said it felt like lightning struck me in the back of the head and my whole body charged. And I knew that I was experiencing some type of divine revelation at that point.
Yeah. This guy.
I love it, man. I love it. If that don't put chills in your body and in your bones, I don't know what will at this point. You understand? And I know, man, Franco, he's just this guy, this brilliant genius, man. When he comes, he asks a question, and there's so many different ways to how he asks. I said, man, him and man getting ready to have a field day, man. So it's funny. I got to do something because he done bought his other business partner to the show, so we might as well make it a 4-way party, man. Welcome, Charlie. What's up, baby?
Mr. Charles.
We don't hear you. Yeah.
Where's your sound?
Speak sign language.
Where's your sound, Charlie?
Yeah, your sound out.
Your sound's out, man.
Damn. Yeah. That boy about to speak sign language.
Yeah. Charlie's gonna come back in and stuff like that.
Yeah, but again, man, like many times, like I remember, like I'm at 3 o'clock in the morning, like we get called for a car accident. And I go, it's on the Beltway, right? So it's like this is always gonna be ugly. It's on the Beltway. Bro, when I get there, right, and I'm walking, my lieutenant looks at me and he says, stop walking where you're walking. And I'm like, why? He's like, because that's flesh that you're walking on, right? The person got hit. They were changing their car tire on the highway in the middle of the night, and somebody ran into the back of them and basically exploded their body. Wow. And I'm walking on the flesh, 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And, the car burst into flames. So I'm putting the fire out for less than $30,000 an hour. I mean, $30,000 a year. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We got you, Charles.
I'm here. You guys can hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
To the party, Charles.
I just wanted to recap, Ahmed. God will always give you the promise. He won't give you the progress.
Yes. That's it, right? Look, because if you knew what you had to go through, you don't want to back out.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're going to want to back out.
Let me give everybody the full scoop, man. Charlie is Mr. Elizabeth, a.k.a. man, one of the biggest realtors out in the New Jersey area, killing the game. Him and Franco are partners, and they've been killing the game in this space, man, and we love what they're doing. Both of them were at Core 4 event. Both of them had definitely got a chance to meet Amed, man, and his wonderful wife, Rochelle, and network with them. So we definitely ecstatic about this, man, to have this partnership on here. Somebody who's really big in the real estate game to ask some stuff from the personal or whether commercial side, man. So y'all fire away at the general because the shark is on here eating them up, man.
So Ahmed, my biggest thing is this. I've invested in residential, commercial. The goal now is always diversification. Notes as well as liens is something that I always looked into. I asked you the day in Core 4, why go after a note when I know you have to tell the banks or the city, whoever's if you're tax delinquent, and the tax lien would actually supersede. Do you think there is more chances in doing better with tax liens? And if so, I know you're in tax notes. I think the profit margin is way higher for sure. But what would you be able to do? Because my goal is always to leverage banks' money. For example, credit cards, lines of credit. So, putting an extra couple dollars. We know that how the crypto game worked for us. So let's see how can we capitalize on that.
All right, so let me address it. So the question is, would it be more beneficial to invest in tax liens or mortgage notes? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, perfect. The reason that I say it's more beneficial to invest in notes is because of time, right? You and I are running out of time. So with a tax lien, you have to wait a period.
6 months or 2 years. Yeah.
See, I'm doing deals in 24 hours, bro. I'm doing deals in 24 hours. If I can't be in and out in 24 hours, like sometimes, depending, it might take me a week, right? But if it's taking me any longer than that, then I gotta self-evaluate what's going on, what's taking me so long. So
okay, so now that you answered that, is it best to go after performing or non-performing?
Non-performing.
Okay, non-performing. Have you bought performing notes and still made profit?
I bought performing notes and I make profit, but I only can realize that profit like over a long period of time.
Okay. Okay, so non-performing, do you have the ability at that point, because I'm guessing you're owning the paper, and I'm going to get back to your 24-hour answer to that. But on a non-performing, can you go back to the homeowner and be like, hey, what is going on? You're backed up 7 months. I'm your new lender. This is going to be the new terms. We're going to add this debt to the top. I'm going to force you to, I'm not going to force you. I'm going to allow you to start paying me at a 6% interest rate. Do you have that ability to do that at that time?
Yes, it's called the loan modification.
Okay. So, but you need to, you as the owner don't need to ask for all the paperwork that a bank technically does, or do you need to in order to sell the note afterwards?
No, so I don't need to necessarily ask for all of the paperwork, because at that point I'm considered the bank and I can really do what I want to do. However, right, my professional recommendation would be to have the servicing company go through their process with the homeowner to ensure that the homeowner is providing proper documentation to show that they have experienced some type of hardship, because a lot of times people are playing games. And I want the servicing company to have their attorney execute the loan modification, because if it's not done correctly, your first position loan can wind up a second position loan because it gets re-recorded. That loan modification gets re-recorded. And if the county, the city, county, or the state doesn't see it recorded by an attorney the proper way, then they look at it from date. They say that this mortgage was originated in 1998. This loan modification is done in 2001. This loan modification is the second position now. So you got to be careful with that and make sure that an attorney is always following through and executing your loan modification and requesting proper documentation.
So now that you're saying that takes time and a process, how are you doing in 24 hours?
Very easy, because I'm selling that deal to Charles.
Okay, so you're flipping paper.
Yeah.
Bingo.
If I'm faced with that situation, I hit Charles up and I say, Charles, I got a deal that is valued at $150,000, right? I'm willing to let this deal go for $25K. Are you in or out? Now I might have paid 20 for it, but I'm going to let the deal go and I'm just going to make $5K because I'm looking to save time.
Okay, that makes sense. So are you actually putting up the 20 or is it bond money?
So I have investors that always are looking to deploy capital. So my primary business model is always OPM.
Okay. So do they ask for proof of funds, or?
When you say, do they ask for a proof of funds? Who?
That's the bank that you're buying the non-performing note from?
No, so they deal in cash, right? So they because we have such a long track record and have done gazillions of dollars worth of deals with them, yeah, I don't. When I go to a bank, they never ask me for proof of funds.
Okay. So now, how many? Who at the bank? I guess that's a secret question. Who at the bank are you dealing with?
Yeah, that's a secret question.
He answered it before he gave the question.
Right, you gotta pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's and that question is kind of like asking King Solomon for the keys to the temple. Yeah, that's like asking King Solomon for the keys to the temple. Like, to get that answer, that's like really like a 7-figure answer.
So I guess where I'm going with this is, can you continue duplicating that with multiple banks?
Absolutely. I deal with dozens of banks.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get at. I know the listeners here are going to be like, all right, I want to do this. Maybe they know YouTube University talks about doing it, but some might want to work with you. Some might say, I can't afford the course. Let me try to do it my own. So this is what I'm saying. I know there's different departments. I know that you could build a relationship, which I have with my local community banks. I go to my commercial lenders and I tell them, hey, if you have something that is non-performing before it goes on the market, let's talk. So that's things that I've done, but I know that you're getting it way, way, way below what they're trying to give it to me. I have banks trying to sell it to me for what the mortgage is owed, and that's a deal for me technically. But for you, you're still getting it pennies on the dollar minus all that nonsense.
Yeah, and look, I am a devotee of YouTube University, right? I'm a devotee of YouTube University. However, in this space, there's going to always be something that if somebody is teaching on this on YouTube University, there's going to always be something that the person is holding back that we call a tripwire, right? And it's going to jack you up, right?
Yeah.
So, and then in addition to that, the one thing that a person that's going to YouTube University in this space is going to be missing and falling short of is time. How long does it take to actually get this done, right? Without a personal relationship with the bank, most of the time they're going to want to do an FBI background check, right? They're going to want to, they may want fingerprints, right? They may want a lot of information to see who you are. They want to, a lot of times, see your bank account, and they want to be able to ping your bank account to see what you have in your bank account. And they also want to see, and they'll talk to your bank behind your back to evaluate your track record, right? Because they want to make sure that as you're buying, that you are not issuing securities to certain foreign nationals. They want to make sure that you are not getting capital from terrorist organizations, right? Behind the scenes, right? We can say, we're going to go on YouTube and we're going to figure out how to do this. And then behind the scenes, you have the Securities and Exchange Commission looking at you and watching you because you become an issuer of securities. And now they're saying, because you're an issuer of securities, you may be giving up your right to a jury trial, and you may be dealing directly with the district state's attorney, whether you're guilty or innocent on something that you may have done accidentally. This is a big boy game.
So someone that wants to be a part of it or part of your team, what is your minimum to get in?
So the minimum to get in is $10K, and that's for like a self-study course.
Okay, now let's say just to be able to be a passive investor, put money to work.
Then I would say we should talk.
Say no more. Dominican Republic sounds good to you?
Yes. Yes.
He knows. He's
Yes.
trying to play the game. He knows.
Yes.
He knows, man.
Yes.
Rochelle in the house, Sue. Hi to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I love what Rochelle said. She said, and this is why you work with a pro. Do y'all hear these answers? This is when you know you're dealing with an expert. Shout out to Wifey, man, the queen, coming at her king and let her know,
Absolutely.
like, job well done. And this is just some of the things that when we actually sit down with an expert, man, like Amed, and then you got Charlie, who's been in the real estate. He's done so many of these deals, it's not even funny. And Franco is like, yo, I've seen it. I know, I understand what they're talking about. where a lot of people may be lacking the information or the wisdom to be able to navigate and not getting caught in a deal. And I heard that between the performing and non-performing side, you can actually get caught in a deal and try to get yourself out of it. It's really hard. Explain a little bit about that, Amed, how it's hard to get out of that deal between performing and non-performing.
Yeah, so many times a person will lock into they might lock into let's say you buy a performing deal, and the deal is, let's say you use easy numbers, let's say you paid 90 cents on a dollar. Mm-hmm. And the original loan was 100,000, right? So you paid 90,000 for this particular asset and opportunity. Well, a month later, the owner dies. Mm-hmm. Do we know that people die?
Yeah, right.
People die.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely,
so the owner dies. If the owner could have stayed alive, the owner would have stayed alive. But the owner died. So now your asset is non-performing. And guess what? You might not know what to do.
Facts.
Right? So now you don't know what to do. However, if you're in my program, right, guess what I do? I say, no worries, right? I love it because I have mentors myself, right? And I love it when my mentor says, no worries, right?
Yeah.
No worries, because that asset that you spent 90,000 for, we may have somebody on the flip side over here that's willing to buy that from you at the price that you paid, and that way you don't lose any money. So that's the benefit of being plugged in with a team like ours.
Do you know what most people don't even make? It made him win over some people's head, made it and win over. I just had to sit here and just listen. This is what you pay for mentorship. Now, hold on. What level of top tier mentorship is this game? Because it sounds like the 10K is the do-it-yourself. You kind of stranded out there on your island, right, Franco? Right? It's kind of stranded out there on your own. Yeah. And you're trying to fish for yourself. What level of mentorship?
Read my 100 books.
Yeah. So somebody that's coming in at like the 30K price point, we work with them like that. But when somebody is really coming in at like 50K, like we really got their backs. Like we're really, sending them. Not only do they not have to go out and find their own deals, right? We're providing the deals for them, right? So here's the buffet of deals that you want to choose from. If you don't like what you see, you can just hit delete and wait for the next portfolio to come through. But if you purchase something and you find yourself in some type of jam or whatever, and many times when a person is about to make a purchase, I look it over real quick and I say, not this one. My expertise says not this one, right? Sometimes I can't logically explain why I might be saying no or yes, because it's not just about the science. It's also an art form. You have to understand, right, that I'm not a cat that just read a book or looked at a YouTube video. I've been doing this for over 20 years.
Yeah.
Every day. 20 years. So over time, I've begun to develop an art form. And each one of us, we've done something long enough to know that it's an art form. Lambo, you talked about how you would be playing pool. Yeah. Can't you tell before you even make the shot that the shot is going to go in?
I can tell, and I know where the ball gonna land. I'm gonna position it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. You know whether I'm going to strike the ball center or I'm gonna strike the cue center, whether I'm gonna strike it low and make it hop. You know whether I'm gonna strike it left or right to make the ball do exactly what I want to do. Now, when the novice is looking at you make that shot, the novice may not even understand how you made the ball do what it did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's easy.
Yeah.
Like
what I do.
That's all I do.
That's what I do, baby.
And to explain it, now you may have to go and unpack, right?
Yeah.
Like I got to
Yeah.
go back and unpack because I've been doing it like this for so long. I don't
Yeah.
even do it consciously any longer.
Yeah.
Right. It just does it. Right.
Right.
One of the men that I've studied and loved my whole life was Bruce Lee. He said, when it hits all by itself. He's saying, I don't even think about it no more. You come near me and my hand just pop you. He like, how I do that? I don't even know how I did that, right? It just pop you, right? So when we're in this space, there are times that the art form takes over. And I say, okay, so you got this asset right here. What I need you to do is take this asset right here, leverage it over here, and then we're going to take this, blah, 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 blah. And now when you sell it back over here, it's going to 10x your money. And we can get that done in a couple weeks.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's game right there, man. I'm hearing it in the chats. I'm seeing it in the chats. They definitely coming with it. Mentorship is key. Yes. Growth. Yes. Keep bringing it, Monet. Yes. Rochelle with the fire. You know, she definitely coming out there, man. Right there with itself. It happens by itself. She's like, look, I know. You run up and you get done up the wrong way, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I want to ask a question because this goes along to kind of where Franco is into and what you're kind of into. Is there a way if they wanted to do a software type of design to automate it and then bring it out to the masses, right? That you could take what you do as a strategy outside of all that extra relationships and all of the great things, the nuggets, and say, we can compound this and move this forward and push this like this in this area. Is there a way that there's something that you may be working on or looking forward in the future of working?
So we are working on some software opportunities, and I've been talking to John Franco about this as well. But we're looking at some software opportunities that can help us make the process easier, right? For somebody to get in and understand and be able to push a button and be able to pull up the resources that they need to pull up in a matter of seconds. However, let me be the first to say that your question is a question that I don't really know the answer to, right? I don't know really how, because I can't say no, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know how we can take and software automate the whole process unless I'm talking to a software developer and the software developer looks at what I'm doing and says, wait a minute, this is a way we can automate that, especially with AI and everything like that, right? So I'm not the guy to say that I know all things about everything, but I haven't figured out a way yet to software automate the entire process.
Okay.
And I can say a little bit about that and how I can just say that it's really gonna be impossible. The data feed of those data points that you're getting and everything else and the deals, that's most likely going to be impossible. So regardless, even if it's automated, like after you upload the file or whatever, it's never going to be fully automated. So there's always going to be a delay. There's always going to be a human input in there, so it's never really going to work from A to C as an automated system. And that I'm pretty sure is never going to happen because the banks are not going to give you API to get access to that information, which is very delicate to them. So that's really not something that we can even think about doing, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have crazy ideas. I'm going to give Amed great ideas also, and he's going to do great stuff for you guys.
And the thing about it, Lambo, is that, again, some of it is the human element, right? So I had someone reach out to me recently, and they said, yeah, I'm going to do this on my own. And I said, okay, fantastic. I wish you the best, right? And so then, right, I was in the Dominican Republic, right? So, and then they send me a message, right? And they said, I'm about to buy this deal.
Mm.
And I say, after looking at the deal for, I'm gonna be liberal and say that I looked at the deal for 30 seconds, but I really saw it in about 10 seconds.
Mm.
That the first thing that I noticed is that they were buying the deal from an online auction website.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow. Wow. So for the novice people out here, give us the pros and cons of an online auction, because it sounds good. It's automated. It's it's online. It's at the click of a button. Give us the pros and cons about that, man.
Well, I can't really give any pros, right? But the cons that I'll say is these are the deals that have been passed around a lot, right? This is not the deal that you want to have as a wife.
You saying see the sideshow? That's a
Right.
sideshow piece.
These are not the deals you want to have as a wife, right? And what I'll add, the first thing that I noticed is that the homeowner had not made a payment in 20 years.
Wow.
Oof.
Wow.
The second thing that I noticed that the person was about to spend 10 grand on was that it wasn't even a first position mortgage. See, we didn't even get into that yet, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't even the first position lien. It was a second position lien, right? So junior liens are often obliterated in the event of a foreclosure action.
Wow.
Yep.
So the junior lien is wiped out when the first lien holder initiates foreclosure.
Mm. Mm. So let me get this right. We want to get this right. So is the deal a foreclosure then online? Or is it considered now picked up by the state of just pretty much a bad debt at that point, or the banks as a bad debt, and they're just trying to all sell it?
So if like those deals that you can find online like that are deals that the pros wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, right? That's number one. And then number two, they're deals that are full of explosives, and the novice can't recognize what the explosives are. That's why I said, like, in 10 seconds, I'm like, okay, this is a second position lien. It hasn't been paid on in 20 years, and he's about to spend 10K on it. Why, bro? I said, just because you're connected to one of my friends, I'm going to give you this advice. I'm just going to point these points out to you. It's from an online auction site. It hasn't been paid on in 20 years, and it's a junior lien. In the event of a foreclosure initiated by the first position lien holder, the second lien position gets wiped out. Mm-hmm. Please don't believe me. Look it up.
Dropping the bell, boy. This Lambo bell been going off all day, boy. I mean,
that's it. So to the point, right, about like a software, all inclusive.
Automation.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of art form to being able to look at the deal, right? And in like some cases, I could say, well, hey, this deal that you're about to purchase is going to be a huge win simply because it's in Georgia, and Georgia foreclosure time frame is 45 days, right? So does the software, we got to now take and program the software to understand judicial and non-judicial foreclosure processes nationwide, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it changes, right? Like Florida might have a backup of 36 months on reviewing your foreclosure process because so many people in Florida are getting foreclosed on, right?
Yeah.
So if you're concerned about that, then maybe investing in Florida might not be the thing for you, right? If you're looking for a quick return, then Georgia or another state like Utah or Colorado or something like that have shorter foreclosure time frames might be your best interest. States that have longer foreclosure time frames, there might be a larger profit margin there, but you might be dealing with the waiting game at that point. And that's if you are consuming these deals or holding these deals for your own portfolio. Somebody like Lambo might come to me and say, I want a deal in Florida. Now, if he's a mentee, I say, are you aware of the foreclosure timeframes? He might say yes, and I'm cool with that. If he's not a mentee and he comes to me and says, I want a deal in Florida, here you go.
Yeah.
Right? You taking the education into your own hands, here you go. But in many cases, I have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the person is aware of what they're getting into. That's why I don't really work with somebody outside of being a mentee. Gotcha. Right? Because I got to put so much time into having them understand all of the different variables and everything like that, you know. And then I can look at an asset and I say, oh, this came from this particular hedge fund. I wouldn't do business with them.
Yeah.
Why not? My cousin worked for them, and my cousin. I say, yeah, but they've been listed as a bad actor by the SEC. So being in this space for so long, there's just certain things that I have learned and have embodied inherently that makes it that art form that I could see through certain situations. Like there's certain fields like I'm a bozo at, right? I can't do certain things, right? I don't know, you know, I told John, I'm like, I don't know the software dev field.
Yeah.
I don't know it like that. So why am I going to come to John and say, hey, look, I'm going to develop this software on my own?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just going to say, it might look like the Flintstones software, something like that.
Right. And that's the same way that with people that try to get into this and do it on their own, many times they come to me years later and say, it would have been cheap if I had just invested with you, or I had joined your program because whatever. Like, you can look on my podcast on iTunes and just look through the comments and see the amount of people that we've helped, right? Just from my iTunes podcast, right? You can, you know, like I have, like we put out, you know, and this leads me to a point. We put out a book, Profiting from Non-Performing Mortgage Notes, being a banker with your assets secured by real estate. Bestseller, have sold thousands and thousands of copies, but more than that, the book has helped me raise millions and millions of dollars, right? But what I want to do, Lambo, I don't know how we can do it, right? The book normally sells on Amazon for like $20 or something like that. And if a person wants to get a private copy autographed along with the audio version of the book, we sell it for $37. However, I want to find a way to be able to give you like the Kindle version and have you distribute that to your listeners free of charge. How's that sound?
Man, that'll work, brother. You say less, man.
Yeah.
You say less. And what we'll do is we'll put the number on the bottom of the screen, and you guys can send the word text, and you guys can put, you know, I don't know, let's put mortgage notes or Amed mortgage notes or Amed's gift. We'll put that in there. Put Amed's gift in the text. Include your email as well as your full name. We'll send that out to you and we'll get that to you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, just for being on the show. We also have a newsletter called the Private Banker Newsletter, right? The Private Banker Newsletter. You can go to privatebankernewsletter.com. You can go and sign up, and we just be blasting free content, right, to everybody about the space. and everything like that. Like, we try to put out as much free content as we can to just help people, get locked in.
And that's what we want to do. We want to get y'all locked in. So if you text that, 612-547-8826 is at the bottom of the screen. Text that to that number, 612-547-8826. We will get you locked in and say Ahmed's gift. That's all you got to write in there. And make sure you include your email, and we will get this out to you. And also send you back the actual link that you guys can go and, get locked in, stay plugged in, man.
Yeah. Yep.
That's dope. Shout out to my guy, Big Anthony, man. I see you in the building, man. Royal Star, this is one of the best exceptional financial services I've witnessed. You met Anthony, man, at the wonderful conference. We've been talking to Anthony almost every day.
Yeah.
Franco been talking with Anthony almost every day too, man. So shout out to Big Anthony, man. Actually out here, man, showing love and getting out here, man, with this dude. We thank Amed for this, man. Me and Franco, we just sitting out here chilling, and everybody else, man, who came out here. We got some amazing questions, man, too, and everything, man, as well, man. That's deep. I want to get to this Truth Media. Nowadays, are more mortgage companies more willing to sell the loans to private companies?
So the answer to that question is yes and no. Yes, because there are trillions and trillions of dollars worth of this defaulted debt that the banks are still sitting on since 2008. If the banks began to liquidate these assets en masse, it would send the global economy back to the Stone Age, right? We would be back in the Great Depression. So what they have to do is they have to drip it out, in sometimes billion-dollar chunks. So they are more willing to sell. However, with the advent of identity theft, right? Because when a bank sells a mortgage to you, they also include many times a copy of the person's driver's license, a copy of the person's social security card, a copy of the person's W-2s, a copy of the voided check if the person had to make any payments to get the mortgage started. So they give you all this information. So you're actually controlling somebody's life financially. And they want to make sure that they're not dealing with somebody that's in the hacker space that's looking to just take somebody's identity and do whatever. And like sometimes they'll provide all this information and you might be getting hundreds of files at a time of all this data. And they want to make sure that it's just not going to someone else. And in many cases, they want you to have, like your mentor CC them and verify that this is one of your mentees looking to buy assets, right? So that means that if I had to do that for somebody, I can't put myself on a line for somebody that just might have came in at 10K.
Yeah.
Right? Because my reputation and my entire life now, I'm vouching for this person, right? So yeah, sometimes that's the answer basically to that.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Hope that answers your question, True Media. Jamal Titus says, how long does it take to learn and do your first deal?
That's an awesome question. So the learning process all depends on the individual. Rochelle and I taught a seminar back in 2018, and it was a 2-day seminar. We taught for 14 hours, and one guy came the first day, which was a Saturday, and then the second day, which was a Sunday, he missed, and then he went and closed his first deal on that Monday.
Wow.
Right? So it depends on the individual. It depends on what the individual their previous life and experience may have them, right? So Lambo might be able to do a deal faster than someone else because he understands the financial world easier than someone else does. Whereas a new person that's just walking into finances may not understand it that well. They may have an issue understanding how they're now they barely had $10,000 to get started, but now they're looking at a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. Sometimes it takes the mind, the spirit, and the character to be able to grow and expand that to that level, right? It's like if you were in a 1,000 square foot home for most of your life, and then I'll put you in a 10,000 square foot home, you're not going to be comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Who has heard the story of 50 Cent when he said when he bought Mike Tyson's old home that he was so scared being in the home that he would hear a noise down the hall and he would look and be like, I'm not going down there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the Connecticut home, right? That was the one in Connecticut. Yep.
Yeah. So sometimes it takes a person time to expand into the realm of understanding, well, $250,000 is no money. Like, that's no money. Now somebody's gonna say, yeah, there's no money to you. Yeah, but in the world of investing, right? Like, it's no money. We've heard stories about people in these platforms, how they lost millions.
Yeah.
And again, ain't no crying at the casino.
Don't say that out loud, bro. You're hurting my feelings right now.
Hey,
it out.
Hey. Franco ain't lost no money in no platforms. Franco has gained $5 million in these platforms.
Shit. I'm gonna tell you, networking with you guys turned out to be very expensive.
Yeah. I'm not even going there off of that one. I don't know what he's talking about, man. You came to the event and had a good time, man.
We gotta go to Coco, man. Shake that off.
Are there mortgage notes for land?
Absolutely. And I got some, right? So there are mortgage notes for land, and you can get, performing and non-performing mortgage notes for land. And many times the land is a valuable commodity because it could be developed in so many ways. And then many times the land, like you could have land that's sitting on minerals or natural gas, right? And you get a surveyor to go out and check it out, and now what you bought for 50 or 100 grand is now worth 30 to 50 million.
Mm-hmm.
And there are notes on everything. There are notes on land, houses, oil rigs, gas stations, stores, businesses, commercial skyscrapers, everything. Right? There was 3 skyscrapers here in Midtown Atlanta. Within 2023, they sold for 80 million. But I showed Rochelle where the bank sent me the note on them, and they were 20 million. The bank was asking for 20 million on the 3 skyscrapers. Now, if I was serious about these 3 skyscrapers, then I probably could have got it for 10 million. However, right, a lot of times when I'm getting assets like that, I have to be careful that I don't get myself tied up and wrapped up into projects that's going to take me a long time, right? So because, I don't want to be sitting in long meetings with folks about, the assets and this and that, right? I could sell a portfolio of residential homes faster than I could sell 3 skyscrapers at 20 million, right? So that's just my personal position. Somebody else might be like, bro, get them.
Mhm.
However, again, people would rather invest in a platform that they can abdicate their responsibility to instead of coming together as a collective and saying, we got this amount of money, we can buy these and actually lease them back to the city of Atlanta.
Mm.
Right? We could lease them back to the city of Atlanta and now be in the money for generations and generations to come.
Mm.
Right? Most people still want to play. Most people are still afraid of mega wealth. People say they want it, but they are really afraid of it because they start to say, look, you could take the average person and I could say, okay, what's your current income level, right? Let's just say they say 100,000, right? I say, okay, that's your top level. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to gift you $1 million. You don't have to pay it back. The only thing I need you to do is contact me when the money is gone and tell me what you have learned. I'm going to give you an even more realistic thing. 98% of all lottery winners are broke within 3 years.
Facts.
And they say that once they had the money, they didn't want it anymore.
Mm.
Because their families was coming at them viciously. Friends were coming at them viciously. Attorneys, everybody is coming at them viciously. And that's why people that have a lot of wealth don't want you to know that they got it.
So I'm gonna answer this question to Truth Media. You know, Lambo, when you said and everything, man, the skyscrapers, right? And this is some other stuff that we play with. Now with the skyscrapers, even with the acquisition of the mortgage notes, right, at the 10 million or 20 million, whatever the case may be, could you guys even at least do cost segregation reports on each of the buildings and then turn back around and be able to have the full write-off on the building to be able to make enough leeway that you can take that capital and then move that capital into a few other projects, if so?
I love it. I love it because you're going into and you talking.
You know, it's Lambo, baby. Come on now, you're in my lane.
Right. You're talking that talk. You're talking that language that I like to hear. Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're absolutely right. Right. You're absolutely right. Again, for me, how long is that process going to take? What is it going to take me away from? Right? Is it going to have me like, you know, telling Rochelle, I can't talk to you right now because I got right? Like, is it going to have me like that? Right?
Yeah.
Or should I, again, this is me. I'm not saying that somebody else has to exactly follow my model, right? But would it be easier for me to flip or sell 300 mortgages in a month's time at $30K each and can do it basically like this? Or do I want to get wrapped up and tied up into that type of deal structure and deal flow? So that's just me, right? That's how I look at it. How simple can I make this transaction, right? Do I have to go down and look at the building? Do I have to go down and take a tour of the building? Do I have to, you know, take into consideration the cost of repairs that might need to be in the building? And, you know, am I looking at leases and all the tenants in the building?
Yep.
And you see, like now I'm into something that I really don't want to do, that I don't really deem that as being sexy, right? Somebody else might.
Yeah.
And somebody like yourself that would really enjoy that and be able to turn those numbers inside out, I say, Lambo, I got the deal for you, right? I got it at 10. All I need to do is give it to you at 11, right? If I make a mill on it, right? If I make 10% on it, right? Whatever, I'm good. I don't need to charge you 20 or 30 or 50. No, I'm good.
Right.
With just making a mill. Let me know later on if you need my help. I make a mill in the 24 hours and I'm out of it.
So if people, I'm gonna put another question. Lambo ain't gonna ask the question. I'm not even gonna ask the question, man. I'm gonna get to a question in the comment, man. But people who know that deal, if it's done right, could set themselves up for you're talking about serious money, longevity down the line. Yeah. But like you said, you're in it to be fast with this, and that's what I like, man.
Yeah, that's legacy. What you talking about?
Yeah. That's long. So when Floyd Mayweather was actually acquiring properties, that's exactly how, when he talked about skyscrapers, that's how he was actually acquiring the properties of skyscrapers based on the backs of those type of deals structured around notes. So he was able to go ahead and get, when he says, yeah, I own 8, 9 skyscrapers, is actually, he got it based up off of deals like that. And then just turned around and did a full cost segregation of the entire skyscrapers with his team. So then he took that liquid to buy another one, and they was grouping them. So again, you were buying the puddings on $1 and still being able to control and everything, like you said, have control of it. Yeah. And that's what we want. But Truth Media, are you familiar with land contracts? And if so, also can you purchase those contracts with the same as a mortgage contract?
Yeah, so I'm really very familiar with land contracts, but the process is different than notes.
Okay.
And in my opinion, I think that notes are an easier play than land contracts. Right? You just the logistics is just it's not as difficult with notes, right? Because the bank sees me as another bank, and they are quick to just acknowledge who I am and say, basically, here you go.
Right.
Like I'm talking about in an email.
Right.
Here you go, and thank you for doing business with us.
Yeah. I like that, man. All right, so shout out and everything, man, to my guy, Franco. I definitely see he stayed on and stuff like that in the chats, and I seen him behind. I'm like, hey, we didn't mean to tie it up. He was like, hey, man, he was on here, and we were answering some amazing questions, man. But thank you, Franco, for that, brother.
Thanks, you guys. Franco. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. So next in the chats, what do we have? Notes are superior. Yes, they are. Pick those toes up again. Yes. Shout out to you guys for that. I don't think there was any other big questions that was in here that I was actually looking at and was really excited and everything, man, to make sure we got everybody's questions. I think that's enough. Listen, Amed has been on here almost 4 hours. Rochelle was probably like, baby, you gonna give me my husband back. You understand? At this point, y'all been in here talking 4 hours. He gonna have more work to do. He did all this work today. Shout out to you guys, but not give me my husband back. If you guys are interested, right, make sure you guys want to go ahead and tap in to my guy Amed. Let them know how they can tap into you, because this is for special people, man, for your mentorship and literally coming at that next level that really allows them to gain access to all of this. And Amed is top tier. Thanks for sharing the top tier, man. Truly amazing. Shout out to Jay Ford. Show is on fire. I learn something new every day. I get excited with big shout out to you, man. I love it, brother. Love it, man. Say that again. Unlimited opportunity to create a total change of life. Again, let people know how they can get into this, because this right here is everything. And that's what we really want when it comes down to this, and being able to connect people with you personally, one-on-one, that allows them to go ahead and start winning in life.
So what I'm going to do, right? What I'm going to do is...
Oh, thank you. Look at this. I'm blown away after 2 to 3 hours, still blown away. So if you want to start by just passive, what do I do? Go ahead. He's going to explain it that now. Shout out to you, Mark Martin, Latina boss.
Okay. So first, right, I'm going to look, I was getting ready to go down the road that's going to keep us on here another 4 hours, right?
Hey, and I thought about it. I said, you know what? Let's make sure that we good. We good.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna save some. My wife would be like, save some for the people for later.
You got to.
Yeah, I'm abundant, bro. I got a whole lot. But
I know.
what I want people to do, right? I want you to do two things. One is I want you to go to the Private Banker newsletter.com, and I want you to lock in there. Go to the Private Banker newsletter.com, lock in there. That's number one. The second thing that I want you to do is I want you to follow me on Instagram, right? I'm on all platforms, but I'm probably on Instagram the most.
Okay.
So my name on Instagram is Amed, Amed Hazel, Hazel, right? I'm on all social media platforms as Amed Hazel. DM me on IG and make sure you let me know that you heard it through the Leverage Show, and we can talk about, Marta, you having being a passive investor and things like that, because there's so much, like when it comes to this space, honestly, realistically, I haven't even scratched the surface tonight. Yeah. Like I haven't even really told you like all of the things that can be done, right? And I'm tempted, right? I'm tempted to say something else. And I know Rochelle, I like she's in the other part of the house. I can't hear, but I know she's saying, "Let me off here, stop it." Right? Come on up here. It's my time, right? But I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. When you start getting in residual income streams en masse, and this is for those that know and understand what I'm about to say, like that then gives you access to so many things that you can put these on your financial statement. And now your financial statement, you could take to an institution and show that institution that you got accounts receivable.
Mm. That was so much, you don't even understand. For those who don't know, that was so much right there. Well worth the price of admission for tuning in and really tapping in and getting connected and saying, hey, I want to go ahead and get connected even more on this level, because that's what we're here for. Like that's a whole different ball game. And then never mind. I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm not even gonna go into that, because I know where this is going. If I go into that, man, and it is on point, right? We're gonna leave that one alone. Marta says, I already found you and followed you, LOL, ahead of the game. Again, please, thank you, Pusher. Please go like and subscribe. Listen, go like and subscribe. Lambo is listen what he said, Lambo is no stranger to a 4-hour leverage show. Listen, so it's a true story. Me and Amed are on here talking before we get to, he said, Lambo, how long and everything, man, could you go on ahead, man? And I said, brother, this is your show tonight. And for the people who want to come and want to stay, we're going to be here for them. And we're going to hear as much as we can without them actually going on ahead and saying, you know what, you really want more of this, you got to come over here to the mentorship side to get even more knowledge. But we were here for y'all. So when I said, dude, we do stuff, man, say every time me and Coach come on here, it's 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours plus.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you that?
Yep.
So we are not no strangers to 4 or 5 hour shows, especially when all of this knowledge is on here, to make sure that we can go ahead and get you guys to the next level, but see what type of caliber that you are really dealing with of a general, of a shark, of a whale, of a person who's really out here, who's doing this thing. So again, if you think this is something, imagine connecting with him like my guy Jack was on here earlier for a year. Imagine connecting with a partnership like that for a year and where your life would be at next year at this exact same time. Where will it be at the following year after that, or whatever the case may be? And use these tools to be able to help push you into this next level. Rochelle, go ahead.
And you know, for like a lot of our top tier mentors, mentees, man, we was in the DR, man. We was look, imagine spending 2 days, 2 full days with us, breaking bread, you know, in the villa, you know, chilling, you know, in the pool, like, bro, like we'll do something like a pool party, right?
Yeah.
And you get to just spend the weekend with us.
Yeah.
Like, imagine what that's like. And when I got my mentees by themselves, right? Because we talking to the public here. When I get my mentees by themselves, bro, I go absolutely bonkers. Bonkers.
Bonkers more than this?
Yep.
Man, look. Whatever y'all need to do, if you are hearing the words coming out of his mouth, you need to be connected. I mean, connected, not just a little follow and that's it. No, connected. Let me ask you something. I do have a good question. If somebody who's saying, you know, I want to do the top tier, you know, of your mentorship, could they partner together to actually do that? Or does it have to come in one person at a time?
So, first of all, the top tier, when you said top tier, right?
Yeah.
The top tier is $1 million, right? Top tier is $1 million, right? But we have a lifer program that's $150,000 a year.
Okay.
Right, $150K a year, right? That is where you get to travel with us and everything like that, right? But if a person is okay, that question is really a question for Rochelle.
Okay.
Right? That's a question for her, because now if it's a spouse, then yes.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I don't know what her stipulation is, just like on a business partner.
Okay.
Right? But yeah, so I'm trying to search for an answer for that in my head, and I can't find one. So that's really her where she's proficient at. She handles all our enrollments, you know, and the technology behind the business. So yeah, she determines, you know, a lot on who she's going to let in and who she's not. And if she feels like somebody's giving her problems, right? If she don't like them, I don't like them, you know. Yeah. So yeah, she handles all the enrollments, and she's, you know, she's very, very sweet and loving, but she's not to be played with, right? Yeah. The moment that she thinks that you're playing with her, you're going to be out of there, right?
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, she's the best to answer that question.
Okay, awesome. So again, if you guys DM or reach out to Amed and DM him, he will definitely be able to put you in contact with his wonderful wife, and you guys can go ahead and make arrangements, however that be, and answer that question and get a solid answer, whether it's yay or nay or whatever. And if it's just one person, say you put your money together and then one person gets the information, or a husband and wife get the information and then take it back to you guys. You guys are still winning. You understand? Yeah. You're still at that point that you're moving forward, right?
Yeah, and if it's, you know, if it's you know, you and your spouse, then we love working with couples, right? We love helping couples build. That's one of, you know, our specialties. So if you want to come in with your spouse, I'm sure Rochelle could work something, and that way, you know, not only can we help you in the mortgage space, but we can also help you work together and deal with issues that might arise from being business partners.
Good. That's That's well worth the price right there of admission for people who don't know.
Right, right.
Monet says, amazing show, amazing interview. Thank you, Monet, definitely for tapping in. Man, my wife said, no, he's not a stranger to 4 hours. No, he ain't a stranger out here, man. Thank you, sir. This was a lot to digest. Love it. And you know, Issa, you met him there at Central there at the wonderful event as well. Thank you, Pusher, for that. Luke says, worth every minute, man. Thank you. Massive knowledge, brother Ahmed. Respect, man. Coach Rashid showing love, man. Love seeing that, man. You know, that's what we are here for. We are here to help get you guys to the next level by any means necessary. Hey, Ahmed, any last words you would love to leave with the people and everything, man, before we get on out of here, man, and lay it down for the night?
Yeah, you know, so you know, I'm about to get a second win over here, so y'all better chill, right?
Hey, Rochelle be in there like, see that door? That door is locked now. You gonna learn.
So what I really want to communicate again to people is the mind that America is for sale. Why aren't you buying? America is for sale at deep, steep discounts.
Yeah.
Why are we focused on being so consumerish and buying novelties instead of locking in and buying stuff that other ethnic groups see as valuable, and we are not buying as the majority of the people? We're not buying. We're not looking to get our share of what? The American pie. So know that this is the way to get your share of American pie. Right? It's laid out for you, and you have someone that is a messenger that is screaming into the wilderness to say, I got the answers. I got the key, right? This is something that we've been doing for 2 decades.
Yeah.
This has consumed every moment of our lives together.
Yeah.
Me and Rochelle, right? It's consumed us. And we're like, we want to pass the opportunity off to people. We're not looking to control anyone. Yeah. We're not looking to be the boss of anyone. We're looking to pass the information off, bring people into the family, because the more people we bring into the family, the more opportunities arise.
Facts.
Right? So I just want everybody that, you know, if you think you're a good fit, reach out, you know, DM me on IG, let me know you were on the Leverage Show, and then we can start the conversation there. Make sure you lock into the privatebankernewsletter.com, and that way I can keep feeding you, spoon feeding you information, right? If you're not ready yet, then I can spoon feed you information on a weekly basis, and that way, you know, when you are ready, you will be ready.
Awesome. Shout out, man, to my guy, man, full salute. Thank you, full general out here. Again, we really, man, appreciate everything that you have done tonight and everything that you're getting ready to do even in the future with some people who are now going to be connected with you for a lifetime, brother.
Thank you so much for having us, bro.
Dude, full love it, man. Listen, again, make sure everybody, man, y'all go stay tapped in with him. Like and subscribe to both Instagram as well as Facebook, man, on his channel. Again, it's spelled just like it is on the screen. Y'all gonna go ahead and like it, locked in. DM him if you guys definitely want to get into the mentorship program as well. And again, for those and everything who want to be locked in with the newsletter and also locked in with the Kindle, you guys can text that number on the bottom of the screen, 612-547-8826, and we will be able to get that link out to you where you'll be signed up for the newsletter as well as signed up for that Kindle book. That is definitely going to be life-changing. So shout out and everything, man, to my guy, Ahmed, man, for that. Again, the number's on the bottom of the screen. Y'all send your email to that number, name and email, and we will get you guys tapped in. and making sure that you guys are adjusting and position yourself to win in this life, right? My cousin Errol said, man, this was another fire show. I was glad I tapped in. I didn't even know you was in the building, cuz. Man, there's some silent assassins that was in here, man, that literally was silent the whole time. I know there's a lot of people still on, but definitely y'all was silent out here, man. And shout out to you, man, out there definitely doing the thing. Hello, Leverage Show family. How y'all, man? We all good. Richard Nixon, 1972 changed the currency, man. Yes, man. Jay Ford said, bet, man. Shout out to you, man. Best 4 hours. That's what he meant to say. Best 4 hours spent than a movie, man. LOL.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man, for that, man. My wife would say Errol was solid, man. Yes, she was. Yes, he was, man. So listen, we really want to thank everybody. Listen, we are definitely not out of message, but we are out of time. We want to thank everybody who came in and popped up and said, you know what, we're going to pop in on this Leverage Show. We want to hear what this guy, Amed Hazel, is all about, his journey, his success, the ups, the downs, and everything else that is attached to him. And now, if you guys have never heard anything this entire night, you've heard what it's like of being consistent and being persistent to the journey and everything that success really takes. Again, you really want to be connected with the winner. You know where to hit him at. Hit him at Amed Hazel on Facebook, or hit him at Amed Hazel on Instagram. DM him. Go jump into that mentorship program. For those who say, you know what, right now, I'm not financially ready at this point, definitely start off with that newsletter. Start off with that book. Make something small so you guys can go on ahead and make steps towards your goals that will actually produce the wealth and the lifestyle you truly desire. All right? We want to win all 2024. And I want you to win every single year after that as well. Position yourself the right way and start today if you can. Again, the number on the bottom screen is 612-547-8826, where you can get started, at least your journey in some point, pointing you in the right direction. And that way is up. All right? So again, thank you guys, man, for tapping in. My wife says thank you for joining us, man. Hi, Rochelle, showing love. As you know, my wife got a chance to hang out, man, with your wonderful wife, man, down in D.C. So we had an amazing time and really enjoyed ourselves, man. Definitely, Jay Ford says Nuggets. You already know, man. Shout out and everything, man, for you guys. Listen, we thank every last one of y'all. We want to see y'all back out here because Amed is definitely not getting ready to go ahead and be the first and the last time out here. This will be many more times to come on the Leverage Show.
We locked in now, bro.
Oh, we all the way locked in. You done got the Lambo Bell, baby. You know you locked in. You and Sis locked in, man. And that would be so dope to do a duet, man. You and Rochelle come out here and just drop, some game and just talk to more people, man. Especially your journey, man, and some amazing things. We would love that, man. I know the Leverage Show would love that.
All we need is the invite. I think so on my side, I think the wives need to connect.
Yep.
And plan the date and time, and we out there.
Say less. Say less. We will make it happen, man. You know how it is, man. It's official out here, like a referee whistle around here, man. We ain't playing no games. Rochelle said, hey, sis, with the smooches. Now, we want to make sure that she keep them smooches going over there when you walk in that room.
Yep.
So shout out and everything, man, to my guy IC as well, man. Truly, you guys have been an amazing, man. Again, make sure, y'all go see tapped into my guy, Amed Hazel, man. Again, stay locked in because he is doing some amazing things. If you want your life to improve, you really want to be tapped in to a great general who's leading people in the right direction. Again, this show, man, is a Leverage Show. If you're not subscribed, man, please like and go subscribe, man, right here to Lambo Drew TMT. But this is the Leverage Show. We come on here Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, and Fridays for Finance Fridays Live at noon Eastern, man. Make sure you guys go ahead, stay tapped in because we want to bring you the best. And especially when my guy, Amed Hazel, comes back to the Leverage Show to drop more game. Listen, we love you guys. We thank you guys for chilling out, hanging out with us, man, getting blessed with all this knowledge that my guy Amed Hazel came in here and delivered. And you want to be tapped in because guess what? Your future is much brighter all 2024. We love you guys, man. Me and Amed Hazel, we're out of here. Till next time, man. Love y'all. Take care, man. God bless y'all, man. Till next time, man. We out of here, man.